Yeah. Live streamed on Facebook?
Yeah. I'm waiting to hear the courthouse bells.
The bells and our bells aren't
Oh,
functioning.
they're not ringing.
I'm gonna start
Yeah.
Okay, are we recording? All right, good. Happy New Year, everyone. As acting chair, I will call this meeting, the Board of County Commissioners, to order and welcome our newest member, Heather. Welcome to your first rodeo. Great to have you here. Really excited. And as my first and only act, I will move that we nominate Heidi Eisenhower as chair for BOCC of 2025.
I'll second. Oh.
Okay, any conversation?
Much gratitude.
Yeah.
It's been a couple years, so bear with me as I muddle through my first chairing for a while, but happy to do it. Thank you.
All right.
Making me do it.
All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, I have a gavel here, I'll hand it to you.
Okay.
You wanna switch places now, or,
How do we want to do that? Let's do it.
all right.
Uh-oh. Are we switching computers?
Yeah, no, you can't throw my email now.
Oh, no. She didn't be good. Okay. Great.
Carolyn, you got the chair insert? Oh,
There are no third internet. There you go.
You know, there often is, but not all the time.
This is your.
Well, it should work wirelessly, but
Should work.
if it doesn't,
Okay.
then there's.
Carolyn, I'm here. You need me. Okay, great. Well, as my first act of chair for 2025. We don't need the microphones. I'm actually gonna read a poem because big part of my history was writing, and big part of our community here in Port Townsend is poetry, and so I like kicking off with a little bit of feels for the team. And this is by M.S. Merwin, who actually is published by Copper Canyon Press here in Port Townsend. And it's a poem called To the New Year. With what stillness at last you appear in the valley, your first sunlight reaching down to touch the tips of a few high leaves that do not stir, as though they had not noticed and did not know you at all. Then the voice of a dove calls from far away in itself to the hush of the morning. So this is the sound of you here and now, whether or not anyone hears it. This is where we have come with our age, our knowledge, such as it is, and our hopes, such as they are, invisible before us, untouched, and still possible. So let's make it a good year, you guys.
Let's.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Merwin. Okay. Oh, I lost internet. Okay. Okay, so the first thing on our agenda after reorganization of the board is public comments. As we begin every meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, we start with public comment and we take up to 30 minutes of public comment or until 9:30. So if there's anybody with us today in the room who would like to make a public comment or on Zoom, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you're on Zoom, and if you're in the room, I see hands going up. How many people here want to make public comment this morning? Okay, well, so we'll do 3 minutes. So let's start in the room and let's start with Maggie. Come on, Maggie.
Good morning, happy new year. I wish more people could hear the call of that dove, because 38,637 people died by gun violence this year in America. 38,000 money-wise is the number that the city spent on 200 square feet at the Evans Vista camp. $38,000 for 2 hours worth of work on a Sunday afternoon, double time. what did they make, 35 an hour? So that's 70 an hour, and then they didn't even work all day, but they got their whole pay. And for 200 square feet. I would like to remind you about Eden Bloom's Curating Empathy exhibit. There will be a party and a physical aid donation drive February 7th from 4 to 7 p.m. at the health department in the Pacific Room. And it's also a physical donation drive. I would like to thank all those who have donated blankets for Eden's Just Blankets, because that's the hierarchy of need. But we need tents, we need hot hands, we need all sorts of, outdoor stuff to keep people warm, sleeping bags, you name it. I would like to talk about the hierarchy of need in the case of the shelter. Shelters are well-known fair housing violators, and they are exempt from taking people who, quote unquote, cannot take care of themselves. That means there are a lot of people out at Evans Vista who cannot organize themselves to build a tent. So that disabled porta potty that I fought so hard for from the city has people living in it because they can't organize themselves to make a tent because they are those kinds of people. And so what I'm asking for is a MASH unit out there for people to come out and build the tents for people who can't build the tents for themselves. I mean, I've been out there 3 months. I've only seen 2 needle plungers. So we overblow the issue of everybody's an addict out there. If I've only seen 2 needle plungers in 3 months, that's you're over the police, you're criminalizing people just because they're homeless. Okay, and I also want to say, please, Viola, stop calling the shelter housing. It is not housing. Housing is subsidized housing with some permanent
3 minutes,
housing.
Maggie.
Okay,
Thank you. I think Viola, you had your hand up next. If there's anyone else who's joined us in the room and wants to make a public comment this morning, raise your hand. And if you're on Zoom, which I'm not back yet. Yes, I am. Raise your hand there. I see 3 folks with their hands raised on Zoom. So you'll have 3 minutes and we will hear all the comments and then respond to all the comments after we've heard them.
Hi, Viola. I'm the housing director of BOCC. I have a letter here I would like to submit for the Board of County Commissioners as they, who I should hand it to. As they deliberate and consider taking on the COC. And I just have a few things that I would like to talk about the work that we have done up until this point. So far, we have aligned the housing department operations with best practices. We have expanded coordinated entry. We've established quality control protocol. We've implemented new systems to streamline efficiencies and reduce barriers. We are implementing a continuous improvement plan that includes data and fiscal processes. We've reduced efficiencies with training and team building while increasing hours of productivity with less staff. We've integrated our team with the lead operational work group and established case management training protocols. We have also brought in state-of-the-art training and provided those opportunities to partner agencies. We have brought in representation of stakeholders to include partners and residents with lived experience. We currently have pending applications for the board of directors for BOCC with somebody who does live at CVB. We have unified broad representation of stakeholders in planning and the implementation of the pit count this year. We've established a commitment to a culture of collaboration with our area partners and all of our stakeholders. We have guided coordinated entry advisory board to the completion of the county vulnerability assessment and are currently working to complete the guidelines. We have realigned all of our properties with coordinated entry. We have also aligned CBV as a low barrier best practices. We've included participant voice in the development and operations of that program. And we have established an employment development program at CBV at this time. This is only among a few of the things that we've accomplished in the 6 months that I have been there. Thank you for your time.
Okay, anyone else in the room? Bonnie.
Good morning. I'm Bonnie Obremski. I work at Jefferson County Public Health as the Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Coordinator. I run a board. It's an advisory board, and Greg very nicely served as a representative on that board. And I just want the public to know that we have 2 vacancies, so we would love for 2 folks to join that board. I especially extend an invitation to anyone who is an employer of someone with intellectual and or developmental disabilities, or someone who has lived experience, someone who's a self-advocate experiencing those disabilities themselves, to please come join our board. It's a pretty easy commitment, and you can reach out to public health, ask for me, Bonnie, for more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. And I'm just gonna say that if you're here to hear us or talk to us about the Transportation Benefit District item, there is not a public comment on that item in the afternoon. So you could raise your hand and make a comment now. That goes to the people online as well. And we may add a public comment period to our afternoon item on that as well.
May? Okay,
We will,
you will.
yeah,
Okay, I'll be back.
okay. Yeah, approximately around 2:30.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go to online and let's start with Julia. Julia, you'll need, you know the drill, but you'll need to accept the promotion to panelist and come on over. It looks like Carolyn's moving people over now.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I'm home with a sick day, so if my voice sounds awful, I'm sorry. My name's Julia Cochran. I run the Winter Welcoming Center. So I don't see it on your agenda, but I expect you're going to be talking about the Consolidated Homeless Grant. And what I'm interested in suggesting is that you do like some type of memorandum of understanding with OLICAP to have an oversight advisory board. But we should give the new, much improved administration of OLICAP a chance to lead a collaborative effort to deal with the increase in homelessness, which is 18% nationally and growing. We also need to work with the city in supporting encampments with sanitation and safety efforts. I heard at a city meeting that the only legal camping within the city is at the fairgrounds and Fort Worden, neither of which are technically part of the city. So I think that's a problem. But I also think that they just need help, and we need to not say that these are unsupported or illegal or unapproved or whatever campgrounds. The encampments are encampments. These people are not going to disappear. They are here. They are residents of our community, and they need as much support as we do when you fix our roads and stuff. They need an equal level of support, even though they don't live in houses. So that's my 2 cents of the morning. Have a good day, and yay, this is Heather's first meeting. I'm excited.
Thanks, Julia. I think the next person with their hand up was Shelley Yarnell.
Good morning, Shelley Yarnell. Happy 2025 and welcome to Heather for her first meeting. I would like to talk about the fireworks issue for, well, both 4th of July and New Year's Eve. We formed a policy that lots of people put lots of energy, effort, and money, time into, and it's not being enforced. And I'd like to know if there's a loophole, what that loophole is, and how we get it fixed. RCW 70.77.260 parentheses 1 requires anyone transporting fireworks to obtain a local permit prior to doing so. RCW 70.77.415 says every public display shall be handled or supervised by a licensed pyrotechnic operator. RCW 70.77.260 parentheses 2 says insurance required of not less than $50,000 and 1 million for bodily injury for each person or event, and not less than $25,000 for property damage. And then we have the definition consumer fireworks, because this is the big one. Consumer fireworks means any small firework device designed to produce visible effects by combustion and which must comply with the construction, chemical composition, and labeling regulations of the United States Consumer Product Safety Commission. That's not all it reads, but that's the important part. I sent you all pictures of the consumer fireworks that happened on New Year's Eve. Those are not small fireworks devices. That is a bomb. Number one, with it being in somebody's private garage, that isn't smart or legal. The operator of this event says, to set the record straight, he doesn't need a permit for his activity for two reasons. The law says he doesn't, and the fire marshal has said as long as he shoots from private property, he doesn't take issue with it. I contacted the fire marshal prior to this event happening, and the fire marshal told me that there was no permit issued, that the enforcement would be the job of local law enforcement. So, of course, contacting local law enforcement to ask what they were going to do. I understand that New Year's Eve is a busy time for a limited force, but we know this is going to happen. It would be quite easy to say, you can't do this. If it happens, you fine them, or you do whatever you need to do to make sure that they're following the law. That didn't happen. It has to
Shelley,
change.
Last
Yes.
3 minutes, Shelley.
Okay, there was just a big disaster in Hawaii. I've sent you pictures and I would appreciate a response. Thank you.
Thanks, Shelley. The next person on my list is Jean Ball, and before you get started, if anyone has joined us online in the Zoom room and would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand by using the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, and we'll bring you over. But for now, we'll have Jean and then Tom Tiers.
Good morning. I'm also home with a sick day, so I empathize with Julia. Welcome, Heather. It's a pleasure to see you in chambers this morning, if though only virtually. I am very interested to see. I didn't see anything on the agenda for the Hoh River update. I know that we're expecting some kind of update from Public Works, and I'm anxiously awaiting that. I wonder also if we have any road insurance, which would help us fund a repair. I wonder if the Army Corps could get behind some kind of an effort to help with this project. I don't know if, maybe one of the military base, we kind of have a lot of assets in military reserves here, and I wonder if they would be interested in participating in some kind of a reclamation project. I'm interested to know what the options for repair strategy are, and so I'm very excited to hear the update, and I wonder if you could tell us what time to anticipate that today. I think it's happening today. If Maggie could submit a list of items that we need and where we could bring them, that would be helpful to me, and I could put out the word and drum up some donations. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jean, and we will have a update on the Hoh situation after the consent agenda is approved. Let's go to Tom Tiers. And if anyone has joined us online and would like to make a public comment, you can raise your hand by using the raise hand button at the bottom of the Zoom screen.
I'll email you with the phone number.
Don?
Good morning, commissioners. Welcome, new commissioner, Dudley Nolet. Have to get used to saying long hyphenated names. Uh, the first thing I wanted to comment on this morning is what was just raised regarding fireworks. It's pretty clear that while we do have new rules about fireworks, enforcement, as always in this county, is an issue and will remain an issue. So it's probably time to take the next step, which is to simply outright ban them. We've had this discussion for years and years and years, and it's just going to continue to be a problem. So, and that it takes a year and a day before any new regulations about fireworks can take effect. So it's going to be a while. And so I would urge you to add this to your agenda as yet another conversation about just getting fireworks out of here. We don't need them. They belong only in commercial displays. And that's about it. The other thing I wanted to ask about was a comment that was just made earlier about the public comment or lack thereof during the upcoming meeting of the Transportation District Board, the new board. On the agenda that was published for that meeting, there is in fact a public comment period, and there are at least 2 action items which will require public comment according to Jefferson County policy for committees and boards. I hope that board, in fact, will comply with that policy even before it's reassumed back into the county's domain, because I do have a number of specific comments to make about the Transportation Benefit District. And I hope that is the case when that meeting takes place. I think that's about it for the moment. Anyway, thank you and happy 2025.
Happy New Year. Okay, that was everyone I had on my list. Is there anyone else who's in the room with us who'd like to make public comment or has joined us online? I see the number keeps going up. So if you've joined us online and would like to make a public comment, you can do so by using the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. And we'll bring you over.
I want to call out to the fact that the commissioner meeting is adjourning today, and then we're going to be starting a new Zoom meeting for the Transportation Benefit District. So technically, someone could provide comment today at this meeting, and then again at the new Transportation Benefit District Zoom link. So I want to call that out.
Right, but there's also an item on our agenda for us
So
on this matter.
There's some comment on 2 locations.
Yeah, so we'll have a public comment period as part of the BOCC agenda around 2:30 on the Transportation Benefit District. Then we'll be adjourning to a separate meeting of the Transportation Benefit District where we will have another public comment, which is the one that Mr. Tiers just referred to. New Zoom link, yep. Okay, if there's no further desire for comment, I will close public comment and move us along to consideration of our consent agenda.
Respond?
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry. I just am looking at the page. Sorry. Trying to do my job here. Yeah, who would like to respond first to the public comment we received this morning?
Oh, I can kick it off. Appreciate everyone taking the time to make comment today and for being with us. And to Maggie, I'm glad Jean reached out. There's lots of opportunities for support. I'm not sure if a mass unit is the ideal unit to be helping folks with tents. There's more of a medical support, and we do have a big city mass, but I think it's out in Hadlock right now. Again, I think the city's been incredibly supportive over that of the encampment up at the Evans Vista property. I'm really of mixed mind about unsupported encampments. I mean, we had one before that ended up with huge public safety and health impacts. I would much rather that folks chose to go down to the emergency shelter, the American Legion. But here we are. To Viola, I reported the letter, and we'll have it's a robust conversation, of course, about the consolidated homeless grant. Julia mentioned it as well too. It's not on the agenda today. It's just for the public's information. The county every biennium has an opportunity to become the continuum of care, or defer. We've, since I've been here and before, deferred, and OLICAP has been granted that by Commerce. We have to make that decision by January 20th for the next biennium starting on July 1st, the fiscal year 2025 with the state. And it's a big conversation, and the first time we've really contemplated it. So, and it's a conversation that's come fast and hard. I encourage people to look at the Housing Fund Board special meeting from last Friday for some more details. And it's just the beginning of a quick conversation, but I anticipate that next Monday we'll have a robust conversation and involve OLICAP if I have anything. So appreciate all the update, and I look forward to the letter and the ancillary material that you supplied last week. To amplify Bonnie's call for members for the Intellectual and Developmental Disability Advisory Board. It's a great group, does a lot of great work, and there's really more and more state support for this. And I encourage all employers to really consider broadening, you know, if they haven't already, the applicant pool, and engaging more folks that have some challenges that are just like we all do. So it's a great board. I encourage more people to get on the board, and it would be great to have someone with lived experience on that board as well. So Julia, I think I appreciate the idea that was raised in the Housing Fund Board too, about an advisory board for housing, and appreciate your support for, continuing with OLICAP as the COC. To Shelley regarding fireworks, my understanding that these were and have been linked consumer fireworks, and that it is absolutely legal according to our policy. She didn't cite our policy. You cited our mini RCWs, which also make consumer fireworks legal the week of New Year's Eve, and like Mr. Tiersch, I have no use for fireworks myself. If you want to shoot garbage up into the sky, that's your prerogative. A conversation about whether we outlaw consumer fireworks altogether is something that I'd be willing to have that conversation. It seems like we're very split about fireworks, and they are either a public and environmental health risk or an expression of freedom, and that really makes it challenging to have a nuanced conversation, because folks are not really going to leave their camp. And Mr. Tiersch also referenced that any change we make to fireworks policy does not take effect until a calendar year after that action. So with our new policy, I believe this is legal, and of course, many of the concerns that people have about fireworks and fire danger are not really present in the New Year's one. So it's not usually, doesn't usually rise to the same level of concern. And, it's one of the 2 days of the year that my dog comes inside. So it's kind of nice to be able to cuddle with my big livestock guardian dog. But I take your point that well, I guess I take Mr. Tiersch's point that we should have a conversation. I think the only way you're going to eliminate them is to outlaw fireworks, full stop, in Jefferson County. And that is a conversation that we can have. But as I understand, Mr. Ravenel's display is always, on private property, using consumer fireworks in a legal way. To Ms. Ball, I think we are going to hear, as Heidi said, from Public Works about the unfortunate, damage to both the Ho Road and also the South Shore Road on Lake Quinault. I see our county engineer coming in. He's been waiting outside until I mentioned that. Sure.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll, please. And so patience on that. And I think that I'm not sure about the public comment period for the TBD, but I'm sure we will have one. So I'll let Heidi expand on it.
Yeah.
And those are my responses. Thank you, everyone, for your comment.
I'm happy to go next. Just a few things to add. I would underscore Maggie's comment about the Eat and Bloom exhibit at Public Health and encourage folks to go see that. It's an impactful, powerful exhibit that I'm not sure how long it's going to be up, but she did mention that event on February 7th. So I know it's going to be up through February at least. And then the call for blankets. I mean, we all have extra blankets sitting around our houses and garages, and it's a real need in our community. I know there's a blanket box at Recovery Cafe. And just encourage folks to check your garages for those extra blankets. They're needed and it might be getting colder in the weeks ahead. Viola, I heard you. I'm not a housing commissioner and the least involved in these issues over the last 4 years, but I have been paying attention and I appreciate all the work you guys have been doing and the improvements you've been making. Really appreciate it. And I also know in our last conversation, we talked about need for better reporting, and I know the value of reporting. Especially for us, we digest about 500 pages each a week before this meeting. And effective reporting really helps us to understand what's actually underlying an issue. So it'd be super helpful for us to have that reporting improved. Call out to the employers who employ people with developmental disabilities. If you're listening, we have almost 40 people online with us. If you know employers who employ people with developmental disability, just make that phone call. Let's get this IDD board really rolling with people who are true stakeholders in the issues that we're trying to manage for our community. I love Julia's idea for an advisory board at OLICAP on the consolidated grants and on, having people with lived experience. And I appreciate that the improvements you've been making have been engaging more folks with lived experience. But I've learned in my first 4 years as a commissioner, there's nobody who knows better than the people who are actually being impacted. And we can't sit up here and pretend we know, even though we've all worked, and Heather most recently, for nonprofits who would work on addressing these issues. And we know about the issues, but it's kind of at an arm's length or peripheral, and it helps to know that there are people with lived experience at these tables and in these conversations. To Shelley and Mr. Tiersch on the fireworks issue, this was, I think in my second year as a commissioner, a huge issue, and I have grown up. I've spent my entire life next to the Irondale Beach Park, both enjoying the fireworks that happen there and also regretting them because the impact they have on our pets. Because I've always had, everyone knows I'm a huge dog person, and I just see the terror in their eyes and it breaks my heart. So this is a big issue. And there are big constituencies on both sides of the issue, and we'll be talking about it for the rest of my time as a commissioner, however long that is. But hopefully we can make some progress with the community. And I would just say to my neighbors at Irondale Park, kudos to you for cleaning up the park every year. I go down there every July 5th to see how it looks, and largely the community shows up to clean up the mess that's made on the 4th of July. To Jean, yes, Public Works is in the room. Sorry you can't be here today, but I called Eric last week and I said, can we just get an update on Monday? Because I know that the weekend is going to be a churny, weathery weekend out there. And, there's stuff that we're going to learn over the weekend about the roads. So thank you for being here, you guys. And then there will be public comment on the Transportation Benefit District, both at around 2:30 on the Board of County Commissioners agenda. And then we have public comment on the separate Transportation Benefit District Zoom meeting that we'll be having at 3:30. So there are ample opportunities to make your opinions and voice heard on the TBD. But I would just say that I am a firm believer of taking care of what we have, and we've taken good care of our county roads, and I want to see us continue to do that. And this is one of the tools we need in our toolbox. So I'm just commenting early, and so people know where I'm at on this, but I'm a huge supporter of this development in our community. And I hope there aren't people who are going to argue with me about taking care of what we have, but I'm sure they'll show up. So that's it for my response. Heather, would you like to respond to him?
I would. I mean, I feel like you've all addressed a whole lot, and I don't intend to make our response even longer than the actual public comment itself, but I will add a few things, and mostly just gratitude for people showing up and providing public comment on issues. It's so important. It's important to hear both sides of all the issues. So
one of the things I noted about Maggie's comments, a thought that I had, although I agree JC Nash might not be, it is a medical response team, but we also have the Medical Reserve Corps, and I know that they're potentially looking to re-engage and reinvigorate their volunteerism. And so that this actually might be a good option for them, as it is dealing and supporting people with mental health needs. So Medical Reserve Corps might be a good place to reach out there. Viola and Holly Morgan, I also thank you for being here and for showing up to the Housing Fund Board meeting, providing insight and the support. I fully recognize the improvements that you have made. Both of you have contributed deeply to the expansion of the work at Alder Cap, and I'm really, really grateful for the work that you're bringing to the table. I'm also open to the conversation of the county taking the lead on COC. I think there are some benefits to that and some major drawbacks. So I really look forward to reviewing the budget that you've already submitted so that I can really help to put some thinking to that. And thank you for being providing balanced input and for continuing to do what you do every single day to support this really vulnerable population of our neighbors. To Bonnie Obremski, thank you for showing up, and I look forward to learning more about IDD. I got to, which is intellectual and developmental disabilities. I got to show up to a really collaborative and supportive intellectual and developmental disabilities meeting at the end of the year, October and November, where there were folks and families supporting their adults and young adult family members with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So I just want to acknowledge there are many, many adults and young adults in our community who have aging parents who are supporting them now. And those parents are coming together in our community to think forward about how to take care of their family members and how to keep them in our community. And I think that is an effort well worth supporting. I look forward to participating in those solutions. Julia Cochran, I'm always grateful for your input. Thank you for showing up, for being hopefully assigned to the OLECAP board. I'm really excited about that. And I look forward to engaging in that conversation. Shelley Yarnell, thank you for bringing this up. I have a feeling this is one that I may need to engage in as a commissioner from District 1. So I appreciate the information. I think you'll find that I always want both sides at the table. So I really look forward to hearing from the property owner, hearing from folks who really want fireworks in this community, because I agree, it's a really complex, unfortunately, also really politicized issue. And so I would like to sort of take that politics out of it and really look at it as a community as much as we can. Making sure that everybody who cares about this is actually at the table when we talk about it. Jean, thank you for your input and your ongoing ideas about how to support the road issues. The road insurance question is a really good one. Army Corps of Engineers getting engaged, military base support. Those are all really good ideas to explore. We have the experts in the room and an incredible team. And so I just wanted to say really thank you to Monty and Sarah for in the room today and leading a very small team of engineers who are doing this work. I am incredibly impressed, both with the forward reporting that you've done so far. It's been really helpful to me as someone brand new, only a few days on the job. You have already provided 6, 7 reports since I've been here in just a few days. They've been complex and they have been thorough. And I'm really grateful for all the work that you've done so far to maintain these roads. And your team has done a whole lot. I look forward to working with you to find solutions. And to Mr. Tiersch, always a pleasure to hear your balanced input. And I look forward to working with you on the fireworks issue as well. Thank you for hearing me. Thanks, Heather. Nice job. Right out of the gate. So the next item on our agenda is the consideration of the consent agenda. Is there anything that anyone wanted to call out on the consent agenda? I have so many questions about the consent agenda, and this is mostly because I'm new. I'm gonna
try to kind of keep some of my questions to addressing with staff, maybe after the meeting. I don't have anything that really keeps me from being able to vote. I'm looking forward to the report on the resolutions about the roads. Thank you for showing up here. So I think that's really helpful. Grateful that we're gonna be actually declaring an emergency. I think that's right. I do have a question, and Judy, I think, is here in the room. And actually tell me whether this is something to address later.
Mhm.
But in the matter of closing the hotel motel bank account, which I think is kind of a no-brainer, that makes sense. It hasn't been used in multiple years, but I did have a question about why there is no contract with TCC for 2025, which is the Tourism Commission. So I think I probably can just table that for you to
We can have a
educate me.
conversation about it. I don't think
Okay.
it's really pertinent to the consent
Okay.
agenda item,
That's
but
fine.
we can certainly talk about it.
Okay,
I can speak to the checking account, though. That was
Yeah.
one of my checking accounts, and it was established a long time ago, and we haven't used it for years.
yeah, that's
And
what,
every quarter I have to give reports, so.
yeah, that made a lot of sense.
Less work for Carolyn. Yes,
Yay.
That's good. I had one other question, and it was about the animal shelter improvements, just about the contract. And at the top of the contract, it identifies Northwest Controls Contractors LLC. But then at the end of the contract, it identifies West Sound Company as the contractor. So I don't, are they both involved, Northwest Controls Contractors and West Sound Company, or is it?
What is
Just-
what consent number?
This is number 7 about, it's just it's a contract to do some additional improvements at the animal shelter.
West Sound's mentioned in the title.
West Sound's in the title, but at the top of the agreement, Northwest Controls Contractors, is there, I don't know if it's maybe the same name, is it a DBA, or is it just that the contract maybe was being repurposed? I just wanted to make sure we were signing the right contract. That's all my questions.
I see staff looking for the answer to that.
We could just pull that from it. I mean, we're conscious of time too. We've got our health report starts at 9:45, and I was wondering, Chair, if you want maybe our update road to be on the radio and
That would be good, yeah.
push Dr. Barry just a few minutes.
That's a great idea.
So we have a minute or two, but maybe
We
it's not
pull it
time
for the
critical.
back.
Can we just
You can pull that item, approve the consent agenda, and then I'll get.
Look at it this afternoon.
Yeah, we've got to put a couple of little, the green M&Ms in the riders, to make sure you're really reading the packet the first week.
So there's another typo on the consent agenda in the conservation futures. Tom Ehrlichman's last name is misspelled.
Scrivener there.
So that just needs to be corrected.
Is it in a contract or where's it?
It's in the, I don't remember exactly where it is in the, conservation futures consent agenda item.
Oh, it might be where they're re-identifying the committee members.
Yeah, it was.
Top
It's
of
at the, it's at the very beginning,
Is that consent agenda?
wasn't it?
It is on the consent.
Yeah,
agenda.
it is. Oh, wait, no, it's
Make that
later.
regular.
You're right.
Oh,
Okay,
you're right.
sorry. Okay,
Later in the.
You know,
well,
we're,
it's still 9:43, so if there's any other comments on the consent agenda.
great to see the OLICAP contract through Housing Fund Board come through. We're gonna talk about the roads in a moment, so we don't need to talk about that in the declaration of emergency, but just amplify it that it is some significant damage, and seeing images of both South Shore Road on Lake Quinault and the Hoe is it's pretty dispiriting, honestly. But other than that, everything looks great. I'm happy to move that we pull item number 7 for further review, and then approve and adopt the consent agenda, other than that, as presented.
And I'll second. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda? Aye. Nobody abstaining, nobody opposed, that passes unanimously, minus item 7, which I also had a question on, so I'll ask it later when it comes back. It's 9:44. Teeing up, so Heather, because this is your first Monday. We have to go on the air with KPTC from 9:45 to 10:30.
Okay.
And we're gonna start with having, who wants to give us a Monty, will that be you? Do you wanna come over and sit with Mark? Okay. And we'll have you do that right at the top of the radio show. It's 9:45 now. So we will move to our KPTZ program, and we're gonna start with an update from Public Works on the state of our roads on the west end. The Ho River Road and the south shore of Lake Quinault. And Monty has a slideshow to share.
Well,
Sorry.
I send Mark a few photos.
Oh, photos, okay. Sorry, you won't be able to see those listening on KPTZ, but you'll be able to hear the update. Over to you, Monty.
Yeah, so, as you've been talking about, there was a washout on the Upper Hill Road at milepost 9.8. The Quinault South Shore Road at milepost 1.3, so we can talk about the Upper Hill Road first. This is milepost 9.8. From US 101 is milepost 0, and the first 12 miles is county road, and then it enters Olympic National Park, and there's another 6 miles of road that goes to the whole rainforest. And so this is 10 miles up from the highway. And that's what it looks like right now. Is there another photo in there?
So for folks not able to see the pictures, about half of the road has washed out on the Ho Road. It's almost to that center line. Folks listening on KPTV. And we've just been watching weather reports and monitoring the erosion of the road over the last week or so. But the road is closed at this point now.
Correct. Yeah. You can see the washout. And so, not an unusual situation on the Upper Ho. We've been dealing with this for decades. The section just before this, where the concrete barrier is, to the right of that road closed sign, that washed out in 2016. Several hundred feet there, which we repaired. Now as often happens, the river keeps migrating and finding new areas to impact the road. So right now it's moved upstream. And then past that washout, the road curves up to the left around a hill. That's a big deep-seated landslide, which is on the move now, which is very difficult to control. You know, again, there's one other attachment I wanted to share.
Sorry for folks listening on the radio. We're showing a couple of slides in the room here. I'm hearing dead air.
So this is a map of the first 12 miles of the Upper Hill Road. I don't know if you can make that bigger, Mark. This is the work since 1996, the sites that we've repaired. I've been here since 1998. I've been involved in every single one of these projects except for the first one in 96 that was right at the park boundary at mile 12. I can't really read the small text on this map here, but
it shows about 20 projects over the last 25 years.
It's $30 million worth of work, all of it federally funded. The 4 projects in yellow were the ones done by Western Federal Lands, a division of Federal Highways. So Public Works started working with Congressman Norm Dix, and then the park got involved in Federal Highways, and we were able to secure a large amount of federal land access preservation money in 2013. With that funding, which started at 13 million, we don't do the projects are managed by Federal Highways. So by the time they got through the design and permitting on those, it was 2021, they started construction and they finished in 2023. That was $19.5 million worth of work. Those 4 sites, 2 bridges, half mile of bank protection and a culvert replacement.
So what are potential, what's the path forward?
Yeah, I know. I'll get to that real
Okay.
quick. I just wanted to explain this chart. The rest of those projects, the ones in white, are all ones that we managed with our team of 3 people. At the county, and those were all funded by FHWA ER emergency relief funds. And so the common thread here is all these projects have been federally funded, and that's, the road is federally eligible, unlike most Jefferson County roads. This one is, because it's a major road to a national park. Problem is, to get federal highway ER money, there has to be a regional declaration of emergency. One washout of one road ain't gonna cut it. The other issue that we're facing is that for years we worked with the same people over and over again at federal highways. There's been a lot of turnover, and there's not the familiarity and history of the Upper Ho Road, that we built up this working group of people who, really supported us on this. So we're trying to get that group back together, the park, federal highways, Fish and Wildlife, the tribe, to see what we can do here. But it's a long road. The permitting on these projects is intensely complex, because we have one tool to fix these sites, which is throwing large rocks into the river. Very unpopular from the fisheries end of things. So the site just downstream of the current washout at milepost 9.7 happened in 2016. We're still trying to resolve the permitting on that project here in 2025 between the Army Corps, National Marine Fisheries Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, Tribe, Department of Ecology. We've been through a half dozen Army Corps people. Every time you get a new one, it's starting over from scratch. No one can tell us what the mitigation is, what it should cost, who's going to pay for it. We have a site on the Oil City Road we did in 2016 for $500,000. That was funded by FEMA. Still haven't been paid by FEMA, because we're still talking about how we're going to mitigate for the rocks thrown in the river. The river's now 1,000 feet away from that site, and there's forest growing where the river was. So we're still talking about permitting the site from 2016. So it gets pretty complicated. And like I say, we haven't even been paid for that site. We don't have the money to attack these sites with county road funds. I don't know that the general fund does either.
Kind of timely with our afternoon discussion.
Yeah, sure.
Right, well, I wouldn't. TBD should be used for preserving
Right.
roads,
I
not
understand.
fixing roads to national parks. This is, I understand, we all understand the benefit that this road provides to the economy on the west end in Jefferson County and Fowler County is very important. There's 300,000 visitors a year that go up there. So it's important to have it fixed, but we just don't have the money. We are trying to pull together a meeting with the Park Service and others to pursue that funding. If the commissioners have ways to talk to state and federal legislative staff about help on this road, that would be much appreciated.
And are you guys talking with?
So our federal highway ER money comes through what WashDOT, Washington State Department of Transportation, local programs. These are the folks at WashDOT who deal with local city and county agencies. We are talking to them about, we've submitted paperwork. But again, there has to be a federal highway emergency declaration, which requires a certain threshold. The Secretary of Transportation has to approve that back in Washington, DC. We've got a transition happening right now. That ain't gonna help.
Like literally right now, right?
mhm. So there are things happening, but it's a challenge.
Okay,
We
well,
can't just go fucking rock into the river
right,
without the money and without the permits to do
Right.
it, but we are pursuing the permits. So that if we get the money, we're ready
okay,
to do that. So the same could be said on the Quinault South Shore.
okay,
So I don't need to repeat everything there. It looks much.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
smaller than this, but with very kind of similar washout. Again, just upstream from a site we repaired in 2014, maybe,
mhm,
but the river's now changed its meander course and attacking a new area of the road. One thing I should point out about that site on the Upper Hoe Road, you see the river cutting right into the road there. That used to be a large forested area that was used as an informal campground. The river was 400 to 600 feet away from the road until 2016. In one night, it
wow,
was now at the road and no forest left. Giant maple trees, cedar trees gone. That's what it does.
mhm.
And that's what it's always been doing, but we know how to fix it. We just need the money and the permits to do it. Like I said, we're pursuing both,
Great,
but it's a process.
well, one of us will probably call you guys for an update, fairly regularly over the next month or so and see where we can get, and I can help. Kate connected me with congressional and senator staff in DC who are aware of this issue, so I'll make a phone call to them as well and get
We
looped
have
in.
Stephanie today also.
Yeah, so but we need to move on to our health
That's
update.
fine.
Yeah,
I could spend a lot of time
yeah,
talking about.
yeah.
this
Thank you, Monty.
Yeah.
We appreciate you
Hopefully
guys
it's
being
helpful.
here. And we'll be keeping our eyes on this one for
Okay.
sure.
Thanks.
Good morning, Dr. Berry. Sorry for the delay, but we have roads washing out. Another kind of emergency happening in Jefferson County. But we would love to hear what you're thinking about public health right now.
Well, good morning. It's nice to be here and good to hear the update on the Hoe Road. I certainly, covering Jefferson and Clallam County, West End issues do tend to affect the health of folks who do live in very remote areas. So updates today, we have a few different bugs to talk about. The first is influenza. We are firmly in flu season now, seeing very high rates of influenza activity throughout the country, including Washington State and here in Jefferson County. We're seeing higher rates of hospitalization and emergency department visits for influenza than we saw this time last year. So it's certainly active in our region. It's not at the kind of crisis levels we saw a couple of years ago where we were running out of medication. We're not seeing anything like that. But certainly there's a lot of flu going around, and it's important to remember that influenza is unpleasant for all of us and can be quite serious for people over 65 and the very young among us, and also those of us who have lung and heart issues. So the biggest thing that all of us can do to reduce that trend, to kind of turn that trend around and reduce those rates, is to make sure that we got this year's flu vaccine. So only about a third of Jefferson County residents so far have gotten their flu vaccine for this year. So if you haven't yet, now's a really good time to get that, to protect yourself and to protect the other people around you in your community. And now is also a good time to think about masking in those crowded indoor settings again. And that doesn't mean you have to mask all the time. It doesn't even mean you have to mask on those kind of brief grocery store visits, things like that, but it's those crowded places where you're going to stay for a long period of time, including and especially travel. That's when you really want to make sure you have a good mask on. Thankfully, on the COVID front, we are not seeing a lot of COVID-19 activity so far in our region. Similarly, not seeing a lot of RSV. Both are on the upswing, but still relatively low levels in Jefferson and Clallam counties. We are seeing both start to increase at the state level, so we do expect to see more activity in our region in the near future. But so far, it's been a relatively mild COVID and RSV season. We think part of the reason for RSV being milder is the greater availability of the vaccine this year. So remember, if you're in one of those high-risk groups, if you're over 70 or over 65 with an underlying condition, or if you have a new baby in your life who's going into their first RSV season, really important for all those folks to get vaccinated. It can make a huge difference. Similarly, if you are pregnant and delivering this winter, it's also a really good time to get vaccinated to protect your baby through this RSV season. And remember that if there's a new baby in your circle, make sure you are well if you're going to go see them, and consider masking if you live outside their household during RSV season, because RSV can be so severe to newborn babies. A couple other bugs that we are following. Pertussis is on the rise around the state, and we have started to see cases here in Jefferson County. We had our first cluster of pertussis cases just in the last few weeks. The reason that we're seeing the rise in pertussis cases around the state and in many parts of the country is a reduction of immunization rates. So we are seeing, since the pandemic, less people went to stay up to date on their Tdap, or they're commonly thought of as their tetanus vaccine, but the other part of that is the pertussis vaccine. Some of that was because of issues about accessing healthcare during the pandemic. Some of that was unfortunately because of misinformation about vaccines that kind of spread into other concerns about vaccines. But as we see reductions in vaccination rates, we see the return of these illnesses that we didn't used to have to deal with. So pertussis is back. It is starting to circulate. We only catch about 10% of cases that actually present to the doctor and get tested. So we only know about a tiny fraction of what's out there. Important to know, since most of us haven't seen pertussis in a while, pertussis for most people in the beginning looks like a cold. But what it then does is proceeds to become a very bad cough that lasts for a very long time, about 3 or 4 weeks, sometimes up to 6 weeks, and you just cough and cough and cough. Classically, you end up with these paroxysms where you cough, 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 cough all in a row, and can even find yourself struggling to catch your breath from all that coughing. Adults, that's pretty much as bad as it's going to get. You generally don't get severe symptoms from pertussis. It's just very unpleasant. But very young children can get severe symptoms. They classically will cough, 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 then vomit. And then sometimes actually will have so much trouble breathing that they can turn blue and actually have to go to the hospital. So very, very young children are at the highest risk of pertussis. So making sure you and your family are up to date on your pertussis vaccines can make a huge difference. Similarly, new babies coming into your life, make sure that a whole circle around them are up to date on their pertussis vaccines too. That can make a huge difference in reducing their risk of getting severely ill this winter. Just a couple more, and then we can jump to KPTC listener questions. There are a lot of different bugs that we're watching. You may have heard the kind of around the country, we're seeing a rise in norovirus outbreaks. Norovirus is a GI illness, so leads to sudden severe vomiting and often diarrhea. It is not generally fatal in the vast majority of people, but it's very, very unpleasant. Classically, it's very sudden onset. You're feeling fine, and then you're suddenly vomiting worse than you can remember vomiting in your past. That's norovirus. Generally, this is spread through food or contact with infected surfaces. In households, it's actually spread because someone vomited near you. And actually that vomit can get just a little bit in the air, and that's enough to give you norovirus. But in the world, you're generally going to get it from food or kind of close congregate settings. We sometimes see it in long-term care facilities because of that. The best prevention against norovirus is good hand washing. Norovirus is a frustrating, tough bug, and it can survive through hand sanitizer. So hand sanitizer doesn't really do that much against norovirus. You really need good old-fashioned soap and water and frequent washing throughout the day. During the COVID pandemic, we actually didn't see much norovirus at all because we were all washing our hands. But as we've returned to this normalcy, which a lot of that normalcy is good, one thing that I think we should keep up is washing our hands more frequently. That's just a good idea generally, and it can reduce our risk of norovirus, which won't kill you, but is not fun and is worth preventing. The other place that we see it happen is kind of potluck dinners. And so that's where some of this surge after Thanksgiving is happening. The best way to prevent that is if you are ill, don't prepare food for other people. In the holidays, there's so much pressure to perform, even if you're feeling sick. Don't do that because you could end up getting all of your guests ill as well. Norovirus is one of the big reasons why we have food programs, is to make sure that that kind of thing never happens in a restaurant setting. We very rarely see norovirus come from restaurants because of food safety and training of food workers. Most of the time it comes from home kitchens. So when we share our food, and we haven't had the kind of training that most of our restaurant workers have. Last but not least, something that's been in the news a lot is avian flu. We continue to closely monitor the situation with avian flu, and I want to talk a little bit about it because I'm seeing kind of misinformation in every direction, both over calmness and over fear. So just to kind of clarify where we are with avian flu. Avian flu is certainly widespread among wild birds. So we continue to see it among our wild bird population, and we continue to see sporadic outbreaks among domestic poultry and domestic cattle. So dairy operations in particular is one that we watch very closely. We thankfully have not seen widespread transmission among human beings. When we do see cases among people, and it has happened, we've had 66 cases in the United States so far. They have all near exclusively been people who have had prolonged close contact with infected animals, particularly infected poultry, folks who are involved in poultry operations, or folks who are milking cows who have avian flu. We're not yet seeing transmission from person to person, and that is the key thing you would need to see a pandemic develop. I have heard fears from folks that we are going into our next pandemic, and we're not seeing that yet. We are continuing to watch for that. People like me around the country are very closely working on this, but so far we're not seeing that. And that's really hopeful on our end. And we're going to keep doing everything we can to reduce the risk of that happening. The best way that we can reduce the risk of that happening is by reducing the chances of people getting it. Anytime a person gets avian flu, that increases the possibility of mutations that could make it more likely to spread between people. And so the main ways we do that is if you have animals in your life, particularly if you have chickens, or any kind of poultry, if you have cows, making sure that if they are at all ill, you wear the right kind of protective equipment. So it's an N95 and gloves if you're taking care of sick animals in your life, and paying attention to the health and well-being of your animal populations. The biggest way we see this get into domestic poultry is through wild bird introduction. So doing what you can to minimize crossover between your birds and wild birds. The other big thing that got this into the news recently was there was a big die-off of cougars at a Shelton rescue operation. They had 20 wildcats die there. We actually had 2 cougars die in Clallam County as well. Those were wild cougars. The primary way that they got that was by eating contaminated food. And we've started to hear of domesticated cats, so your normal house cat, dying of avian flu too. And the primary where they've been getting it is also through raw poultry. And so one thing that perhaps not all of us know, but many pet owners feed their pets raw meat. And so right now during avian flu would be a time to reconsider that practice. So if you have a cat in your life that you love, making sure that you feed them kind of regular cat food that's been cooked, that has been processed, that's not raw, is a really good idea. If you feel really strongly about feeding your cat raw food, I would avoid raw poultry. You can do raw fish, you could do raw beef, because we haven't seen this in the meat of cows, but you don't want to do raw poultry right now. This can be really devastating. It's very severe in cats. And one thing we don't want to see is this in cats a lot who also live in your house with you, because that could present more risk to people. The best thing we can all do is take good care of our animals, take good care of ourselves, get our yearly flu vaccine. And with all of that, so far, we're not seeing risk of an imminent pandemic when it comes to avian flu. And we still have not seen a human case of avian flu in Jefferson or Clallam counties. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions from the commissioners, or I can jump into the KPTZ questions.
Question for Dr. Berry this morning? I don't this morning.
I have a quick follow-up on the norovirus.
Yeah.
Do you know how prominent it's been in Jefferson County? There have been many people in my life and my orbit that have I said, oh, now I know that was norovirus that you had. But I'm just curious how it relates to what you've been seeing in the county.
Sure. So we certainly don't find out about every case. You know, it's not a reportable condition in most settings, so we don't get a call every time someone has norovirus, but we have been notified of multiple clusters. So we do follow up on norovirus if it's in a long-term care facility. We've seen that. We've seen norovirus in kind of congregate living settings, and we've also just heard reports from many people in the community who have norovirus. And so that yes, it is here. And so if you have a friend who was well and then is suddenly terribly vomiting and then usually gets better after a couple days, that's classically norovirus. The other thing that we have seen, norovirus is such a tough bug that it can actually live in water. And so if someone vomits or sewage spills into water where then shellfish is harvested, we have seen cases related to raw oyster consumption as well. And there has actually been a recall of some oysters related to that in Washington State, but not here in Jefferson. There's nothing hitting like the Hamahama area or anything like that. But we are seeing, we do see that from time to time too. So from a public health perspective, I do recommend you cook your oysters. I know that's a space where people feel strongly about their raw oysters. And if you're going to eat raw oysters, you just want to make sure they were harvested safely. If you're harvesting get them cold right away. And don't go harvesting with people who are ill. And that's the best you can do to reduce your risk.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I was just, when you were talking about washing hands, I was remembering when I was just before being sworn in as a commissioner, I was working at the Maritime Center as chief operating officer, and we had to, we had to react to coronavirus. And one of the things our marketing team did was put up all these little signs that had lyrics to songs that were, was it 30 seconds?
20 seconds, yeah.
This day, I still sing Raspberry Beret every time.
Nice. And so some habits from COVID are good. No one wants to go back to the intensity of that time, but regularly washing your hands, wearing a mask on a plane, we should actually probably keep doing those things going forward. They make a big difference.
My husband keeps asking me if we can take down a little placard in our bathroom. I said, no, I'm attached to it, but
Yeah.
I just took my food handler training again for like the 17th time, but I would highly recommend it for everyone. There's such good, it takes about an hour or two, and it's really easy. Such good lessons in that. If you're feeding anybody, it's important to understand how bugs get in our food. So anyway,
There's a link on the public health website to get the food workers.
$10 or something. Yeah,
$15.
yeah. So over to the KPTZ questions.
All right, so we got a couple different questions. One was about norovirus, so I think we've covered that. Another one was asking if we anticipate another COVID booster being recommended for those 65 and older before fall, and the answer is yes. So what we are learning more is that folks 65 and over are just not able to maintain their immunity in the way that people under 65 can. And coronavirus has been part of how we've really come to that understanding. And so if you're under 65, it's going to be an annual vaccine for you. If you're over 65, it's recommended to get an updated vaccine every 6 months until things get calmer when it comes to COVID-19. So far, we still see COVID-19 outbreaks through the summer. And so that's why the twice yearly. We don't ever know for sure which way COVID is going to go. It may be that it moves all the way into a fully seasonal virus in the coming years, and then it would be just an annual vaccine. But right now, we're still expecting to do twice yearly vaccines for folks over 65. So that will come available in the spring. That'll be about 6 months after all of us have gotten ours. The rest of us don't need that because our immune systems can maintain that protection in a way that folks over 65 cannot. Another one was asking about wastewater surveillance. So we continue to watch wastewater in the Port Townsend area for COVID-19. And right now it's actually relatively low in Port Townsend. We have seen hospitalizations for COVID-19 in our area, and that's mostly folks who are over 65 who traveled. And so they got COVID-19 outside of town and then came back and got very sick because of their underlying risk factors. But so far, we're not seeing a ton of COVID here. We are seeing a lot of influenza. Couple other questions, a little more far afield, but we can give a shot at it. So one question was about the Sinovac vaccine. That's a COVID-19 vaccine made by a Chinese company that's not available in the United States. And the questioner was asking about how that stacks up against the vaccines that are available in the United States. So I did a little digging. That's not a vaccine that I've followed very closely since it's not one that we have here. It looks like it was pretty equivalent up until 2022, but I haven't seen any updated efficacy data against the newer variants, so I can't really speak to how good it is. Thankfully, we do have 3 good options here. So we've got the Pfizer, the Moderna, and the Novavax vaccine. All of those are very good and well matched against our current circulating variants. So if you haven't gotten your COVID vaccine, I would recommend getting it to keep you protected through the winter. But we don't have that one here. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of good data on how well it works right now. It worked well until 2022. One other question was about health insurance. So this person was asking that at least one insurance company wants to limit the amount of anesthesia patients receive during surgeries. Will any of the plans on Health Plan Finder subject us to such limits? So this, I think, is probably asking about the Anthem Blue Cross policy that they floated of saying if your surgery lasts longer than a certain time period, they'll just stop paying for your anesthesia. The good news on that is that after a massive public outcry, they stopped that policy. And so they're not doing that anymore. And there's a couple other things to know related to that. So if your insurance stops paying for something, that doesn't mean that your surgeon is, or your anesthesiologist is going to just turn off your anesthesia. That's not going to happen. But it could mean that you could end up with a pretty hefty bill. And I think policies like that really speak to the need for reform in our healthcare system and our health insurance process. And they also speak to the power of people speaking up, because they were going to do that until a lot of people got upset at them doing that. And so when we see these kind of wild rejections, it's important to talk about it, because the more people know about it, the more insurance companies hear that you're going to push back if they do wild things like that, the less likely they are to do that. But there is a lot of need for reform in our healthcare system, in our health insurance system. I hope that we see that. And the more that we talk about it, the more likely that is to happen. But right now, no other companies have floated a policy like that. So far, we aren't seeing that on any of the Washington Health Plan Finder policies. And that's all the questions I have. If there are any other questions for me, I'm happy to take them. Otherwise, I can pass to Willie.
I have one more. I mean,
Yeah.
This has been a question that I've had since I was a child. It's a little juvenile. But you kind of gave me an opening earlier with the norovirus conversation. It was very interesting to hear that if someone vomits a lot, that it can, I guess, aerosolize and you can catch pathogens from that.
Mm-hmm.
And is the same true of flatulence?
No. Not as far as we know. Yeah, great question. And norovirus is somewhat unique in aerosolizing from vomit. There are some other bugs that can do that. Ebola is one. But most of the time, when you're talking vomit-related illness, you actually have to touch it and then touch something else. But norovirus, it takes such a small amount of the virus, and it's such a tough bug that doesn't die in dry, in dry air or in heat, the way that other things do. It does die at a high enough heat. So like if you cook your meat high enough, it takes care of it. But it's such a tough bug that it can aerosolize and then survive in the air to get to you. Most GI illnesses, you actually have to touch it and then put it in your mouth. But all of that can be prevented by good hand hygiene. But that's why in households, it often can't be prevented that well, because one of your family members feels fine and then they suddenly vomit in front of everybody else and they all get it. That's kind of how that usually happens. So, but in healthcare settings where we're dealing with bad norovirus outbreaks, that's why we actually put healthcare personnel in N95s when they take care of noro, because they don't need to get norovirus on the job. And that works really well. We did have a case at our household where norovirus came to our house, not through me, thank goodness. But my husband got it from eating tomatoes at a buffet. I didn't eat the tomatoes, so I didn't get it. But as soon as I heard him vomiting, we just put on N95s. And no one got norovirus here, but that's because we knew that trick. That sudden terrible vomiting is almost always noro. And if you have an N95 around and you wash your hands, if you do those two together, you might actually be able to keep it from running through your household.
Oh my God, who doesn't have N95s around at this point?
I hope we do. We hope we still have some around. It's a good idea to have some, and especially so if you have chickens, we have chickens, have some N95s around so that if you do get a sick bird, that you can take good care of them, help them get better without risking your own or your family's health.
I got one more question, a late breaking question. Somebody asked me about age limits for the RSV vaccination.
Sure.
She was told that she could not get the vaccination if she's under 65. Do you know if that's true?
That is true. So the RSV vaccine is only approved for people over 65 with underlying conditions, or people over 70 regardless, as well as the very young and pregnant. The main reason is that we don't tend to see severe disease from RSV in other groups. And so it's not currently approved for everybody else. So if you're 45 and have asthma, for example, we don't see RSV. RSV vaccine has not been approved for that group. It can still be very unpleasant, but we generally don't see hospitalization, death, the things that we really work hard to prevent when it comes to RSV. That may change at some point where we would see broader approval of the vaccine, but right now it's only for the highest risk folks.
Thank you. And it looks like we've got Willie with us. Did he come accept his? Okay. So, there was a question from KPT listeners for Willie. So thank you, Dr. Berry. Happy New Year. We look forward to our monthly updates every first Monday of the month with Dr. Berry and our emergency management director, Willie Benz. And so anyway, let's turn it over to Willie.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Over the past couple months leading into winter, I've mentioned a couple of times we've been keeping our eye on kind of the overall climate predictions for what this winter is going to look like. And we are still on track for a February-March that is going to feature above average precipitation and then below average temperature. So kind of a perfect mix for potential snow events. So we're still keeping an eye on that and wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. However, originally at the beginning of winter, it was noted the January, February, March timeframe was going to look like that mix for potential snow. This January, however, is looking like we're going to be featuring some above average temperatures, but along with that above average precipitation. So likely no snow this month, although that above average precipitation will continue to present issues like we've seen earlier this briefing on Upper Ho Road and things of that nature. But for those of you looking out for snow, you have about another month to make sure your vehicles are properly winterized, all that kind of fun stuff. My KPTZ question today was actually related to earthquake preparedness. An individual wrote in and said they're having trouble deciding where to drop, cover, and hold on to protect themselves in case of an earthquake. We're asking for some advice on how to pick something sturdy enough to take cover under. So my advice to that person, really the best place to take cover under is whatever's closest to you. General rule of thumb, you don't want to move more than 5 to 8 feet during an earthquake. The longer you travel, the farther you travel, as the ground is shaking, as things are potentially falling, the greater your risk of injury. So really, in all honesty, whatever's closest is going to be your safest bet. When you drop cover and hold on, you're really looking to protect yourself from falling objects, not necessarily a collapsing building. So it doesn't have to be anything excessively sturdy, as long as there's nothing heavy or particularly dangerous overhead. So, in all honesty, I would choose a cheap plastic folding chair over a heavy desk. If the chair was closer to me and there was nothing heavy or potentially dangerous right above it. I'd also look to choose a location that's next to an interior wall as opposed to an exterior wall, which may have glass or windows, which causes additional chance for injury. This was a really great question, and I do want to take the moment to plug. We are having a series of presentations and educational opportunities at the Jefferson County Library. Our first one is coming up on January 16th, and that's going to cover individual preparedness and talk about questions like this. We're partnering with InPrep, our neighborhood preparedness groups, to put some of these presentations on. This month, we'll be talking about individual preparedness. Next month, we'll be talking about planning with your family. And then in March, we'll talk about planning with your neighborhood. And we'll continue with a different theme every month, but the first 3 months of 2025, again, we'll talk about individual to family to neighborhood preparedness. And we really encourage folks to come out and ask these kinds of questions because we have some good subject matter experts and partners within PrEP who will be presenting. Other than that, that is it from me, barring any questions from the commissioners.
I want to say Dr. Willie. Any questions for Dr. Willie, anyone?
Not today.
I would just say we started, my neighborhood started in prepping 2 years ago. In prepping, it's a verb now. And we had our second gathering about 2 months ago, and it's been really good for our neighborhood. We've really gotten to know each other. We have a contact list now. I mean, we're making baby steps. We haven't done, any kind of simulations or, educational events, but I want to do a shout out for getting to know your neighbors and taking advantage of the resources that you can access through the educational opportunities Willie just shared with us, because it is beneficial to know the folks living around you. And I've met so many of my neighbors who I've never known, so it's really great. Anyway, thanks, Willie. Appreciate you being here this morning.
Cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
If there's nothing else, we'll see you guys first Monday of next month.
Sounds good. Nice to see everyone. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Okay, so we skipped over an untimed item, an exciting untimed item a bit ago. And as many of you know, our esteemed and dear colleague, Sheriff Joe Knoll, retired, and a number of us attended his retirement party over the weekend, and it was a wonderful event, and I think he felt duly recognized and celebrated. But and thank you to Under Sheriff Andy Pernsteiner for helping to organize that event. I made a note to myself to when I retire, I want Andy to organize my party. So, but
And Katie, I think she was.
yeah, absolutely. So we have the good work today of appointing an acting sheriff for the county, because our sheriff is retired. And with that, we're gonna pass a resolution, and
We got Melissa.
yeah, Melissa, do you want to tee this one up?
Sure. So as I indicated in the agenda request, based on the retirement of Sheriff Knoll, prior to the end of his term, the office of the sheriff is now vacant. And so I've indicated both in the agenda request and on the draft resolution that RCW 3616-115 authorizes the Board of County Commissioners to appoint an acting sheriff when the position is vacant. This would be an interim appointment because there is still the requirement to fill the sheriff role under a separate RCW through a process of recommendation from the partisan office that the outgoing sheriff was a part of. I believe that, at least I've heard that there is a process happening separately, but that could take up to 60 days. And so in order to establish the continuity of this position and make sure that the sheriff's office can still function during that time, the recommendation would be that the Board of County Commissioners appoint an acting sheriff. In this case, the recommendation is that Under Sheriff Andrew Pernsteiner, for our draft resolution, be that person. Not only is he eligible, but he has been assuming a lot of those roles during the transition of the outgoing sheriff. And so he is on board to take on that role should the Board of County Commissioners proceed with that step. And we do have the resolution with that draft language, should that be where you're going with this.
Thank you, Melissa, and I just clarified that we are appointing today an acting sheriff, and then the process that Melissa outlined will be that the Democratic Party will send us 3 candidates for an interim sheriff, and we will select from that list of 3 candidates.
And then they'll be at the next election.
Yes, and in the next election, there will be a full election for Jefferson County Sheriff.
For the 1 year remaining on the term.
Right.
Right, so can we just clarify that I've actually gotten 2 questions about this, partly coming from maybe a little bit of confusion coming from newspaper articles. So Melissa, can you just confirm, would we be appointing through November 25 or November 26?
So the which question is this current appointment, or is this a separate process that's the nomination through the Democratic Party?
The separate process, once a longer term acting sheriff is appointed.
So it'd be through November 2025, because of the timing of when Sheriff Knoll vacated the position. The appointment would be in effect through the next general election, which would be our November 2025 election. So then the person appointed would have to stand for election should they want to. And then if they are elected in that general election, they would serve their remaining term, but then still have to run for election when the term was over.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry
And
about that middle finger that.
no worries. The other question that I've gotten, folks, that I think I know the answer to, but I'd just like to confirm. So it is the Democratic Party offering the 3 different candidates, and that is because the current or the recently retired sheriff is a Democrat, not because this is a sitting Democratic BOCC. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct. It is the partisan office that the vacating sheriff was a part of.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a resolution before us. I would entertain a motion, and I don't know, Andy, do you want to come up and say anything
Sure.
since you're here?
Basically, I just wanted to say, obviously, for the past 5.5 years, I've been working with Joe really close, and I understand all the aspects of the sheriff's office, and I'm eager and ready to assume all the responsibilities of sheriff.
We appreciate your willingness and excitement, for sure. Anything else anyone wants to say, Andy, before we?
You know, we can also talk about it afterwards, but I'll just say that I serve with Andy on the JeffCom board for the last 4 years or so. He's been the chair the last couple of years too, and you know, the role of sheriff and the role of undersheriff have a lot of similarities and a lot of differences as well. And I have just really seen demonstrate your leadership on the policy level at JeffCom and everything. And I have no doubt that this additional responsibility that we're contemplating for you today, that you have, not only are you ready for it, but I feel like we've been growing into it before my eyes. And I've been really impressed at your development as a leader as well as a law enforcement officer.
Thank you.
I'll just add that, you know, in my early days being a commissioner, I was invited out to the sheriff's office to do a simulation event with some of the team out there, and it was put on this goggle set, and I was in these scenarios that were really scary, and it made me really appreciate what these folks are prepared to put themselves in the line of every single day. And what we're talking about here is the person who's going to lead them in that. And I also have confidence in Andy to take on that role, because I know his team really respects and appreciates his leadership already. So anyway, I just wanted to add that it was one of those moments they invite. I'm like, yeah, I should do this. And then I went out and it's, oh my God, you know, I was almost throwing up. Not concerned I had neuro. I was just like, this is horrifying. And so, yeah, if they invite you out, highly recommend it.
All right, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Well, I would just like to add also that because of my role at Bayside Housing and Services, I've gotten to directly witness your team working with housing residents and with community members. And I really am impressed with both the level of protocol and professionalism mixed with a lot of compassion. I know that comes from leadership. So, and from everything that I hear, that leadership will continue with you. And it really is meaningful in our community. That kind of equity that you are really espousing and practicing in the department is valuable to everybody in the community. And so thank you. I think we're really lucky to have you both prepared and willing to step in at this point. It gives us time and some breathing room to really make a thorough process. And so thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And then do you appoint an undersheriff at that?
I'm probably gonna wait a while.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm happy to entertain a motion for the resolution before us.
I am happy to move that we approve a resolution in the matter of appointment of Andrew William Bernsteiner as acting sheriff for Jefferson County as presented today.
And I'll second that.
All in favor of the motion on the floor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you, Andy, and we look forward to working with you for all the time ahead.
All right, thank you.
Sorry to keep you waiting, but thanks for being here.
Yeah,
Thanks for being here.
little bit of a packed agenda this morning. Okay, so we have some time. And there's no other timed items this morning. Next time item is actually,
You know,
we
sure
just have to
fly.
go back up at 1:30 and be ready for a big juicy items.
Just the consent agenda, item number 7.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You got a
Okay.
note from Sean.
Yeah,
So yeah, I think it was just.
Yes, West Sound Construction.
Yeah, good catch, got it.
okay. Earning your bickies already.
So we just need to edit that before we sign it, is that
No, you approve it subject to the correction and we'll correct it.
Great. You want to make a motion?
I would like to move to approve, I need to name it, don't I? The animal shelter, contract for animal shelter improvements. This is the agreement as consent agenda item number 7
With the correction.
with the correction.
I will say.
All in favor of approving the agreement with for animal shelter improvements? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Passes unanimously.
All right.
I did have a question about, it would be great to get an update. I read this newspaper article a few months ago about acreage being gifted to the animal shelter. I don't know, 5 acres. And I'm just curious how the Humane Society is kind of absorbing that donation and thinking about their future, but that's something that you and I can talk about, Mark, or we could have a workshop.
We have to get the director to come.
Yeah.
Speak to us.
Be interesting to know.
I think they have a capital campaign underway,
It'd be interesting just to have an update from Humane Society.
but we're talking years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it dog park space or is it building space?
They
or-
talked about it being outdoor space as well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, sometime on the agenda, it'd be great to have a little update from them.
And are you aware, Heather, that's on, it's county land, county building currently?
Yes.
And you know, so we're expanding our support for the animal shelter, just really in the last couple of years.
Okay, great. I have one other question relative to the consent agenda, because the OLICAT agreement was completed. When did the other agreements get completed that were also?
I can answer that.
Yeah.
So we have a new prosecutor team and this year decided to revamp the contract. So I sent that first one through as a boilerplate in November. And I finally got that back and approved. And so I went to send off the rest of them. Mind you, there's 2 that have special verbiage that I need, but I was gonna send through 8 additional ones. And they are holding it up because I think they want to make additional changes to the boilerplate. And so they said that by the 13th for sure, we'll get those approved.
Great.
And the 2 that are conditioned are the housing trust and the CASA, I forget what.
Yeah, Hugging Tree Legacy
Hugging
for
Tree
Casa
Legacy.
Salina and then the Olympic Housing Trust Dundee Hill. Because Housing Fund Board members wanted verbiage in there regarding keeping the property in affordable housing for X amount of. And we don't know if we can do that, but legal has to provide us with the answer on that and verbiage for the contract.
Thank you. So, because we have no time items, what was on our agenda is briefing. And this is the time, Heather, where we kind of look back at our last week, our last couple of weeks, and then we can also do calendaring because we have time for it, where we look at our calendars and say, this is, you know, what I have going on the next week. And we do that, try to do that every week. Sometimes our agenda gets so compressed that we have like 6 minutes to do it. We just get 2 minutes,
Right.
but I think it's great that we have a little more time today. And I don't know, Greg, do you want to start?
Sure. With the caveat that calendaring, of course, we're gonna look at boards and committees this afternoon, so.
Right.
Everything is kind of subject to that.
Right.
But to calendar here, looking back, I guess the last 2 weeks since, last Monday was the 5th Monday, so we weren't here. It was kind of a winter break, so there wasn't a lot. I will say that, Kate Dean and I, brought our families out and cooked out at the emergency shelter and had a great time. It was really satisfying and appreciated and really easy with the donor kitchen all set up. So just kind of walked in, made dinner, ate dinner with folks, and we're out by 7:30. Yeah, it was great. Last week, let's see. I had a few calendar snafus where I thought I got a notification that the EDC meeting was canceled, but the EDC team Jefferson, but apparently it wasn't. And so we are, Cindy Brooks, the ED, is retiring at the end of June. So we're starting the job search. Just kind of looking through the notes from the meeting on Thursday that I missed. We have one or two internal candidates that we're contemplating. There's some new staff. There's been a lot of churn in the staffing of EDC, but working on that and the 4-way agreement as well. So a lot of work is going into EDC right now. Let's see, other high points. It's kind of a slow week last week with the changes. I went to the Port Ludlow Village Council. They meet alternate between the Beach Club and Bay Club in Port Ludlow. Very focused right now on the Master Plan Resort Development Agreement, which sunsets in June of 2025. We got an email, we probably got it as well, from Diana Smealan. They're requesting to push that 5 more years to June of 2030. DCD has been working with, in negotiations with the PLA a lot, and this is kind of the most formal aspect. So I think we'll be getting a workshop from DCD soon. The community of Port Ludlow, and just to be clear, the Village Council is a nonprofit that kind of aligns different HOAs and is a community stakeholder group, but they are looking forward to having a town hall about the development agreements and inviting both PLA as well as DCD and the county. And they're very concerned about the timber agreement, which has been tied to the development agreement, which was before any of our time when PLA did some logging activity inside one of the open space zones inside the NPR. And that would also end if we ended if we allowed the development agreement to lapse. It's interesting, Port Ludlow for the first time has sold 37 platted vacant lots to Richmond Homes to build homes out there. So there's some kind of different development that's happening right now. There's not too many other things that are really involved in that development agreement, except in early conversations with DCD, they were more inclined to let the development agreement lapse because of the additional staff capacity needed to apply different rules when doing permitting in Port Ludlow than otherwise. So they have to have a special planner that's associated to be appointed to the NPR to be able to use the different, to incorporate that the development agreement in those decisions. But we're gonna get a workshop here soon to talk about it in more detail. Had the entrance exam for the ORCA, the Olympic Region Clean Air Agency, which is a 6-county clean air agency. I'm the finance chair, so it's there. We're just beginning the audit. Also have a finance committee meeting. There's a little bit of a kerfuffle in the finance committee in ORCA. Since we have a little time, going a little deeper than I normally do, but ORCA in the last couple of years has had a few extremely high, penalties, like $1.9 million in penalties that they received. And so there's a debate among other finance committee members about whether they should push it into, a dedicated fund that the Orca board has to approve before it, is used. And as we contemplate that, we have recognized, a real funding issue, a revenue to expenses dilemma, you know, that this was sort of obscuring a little bit. And, you know, it kind of pushes that 5-year projection, which usually always goes a little bit underwater, right? But without, you take that 1.9 out and put it into a separate fund, all of a sudden it becomes pretty stark.
Yeah.
So it's raised a more fundamental kind of finance evaluation, basically, about whether we're moving too fast. You know, as Orca, like many other organizations, is going through a lot of churn right now, as many long-standing employees of, you know, decades of service at Orca are retiring. And as is often the case, when one of those well springs of institutional knowledge retires, sometimes it takes either 6 months of overlap with the new staff, or maybe 2 positions to replace 1 position. So it's really hard to maintain in that situation. So it's a little bit of I mean, they're still healthy, you know, we've got a balanced budget and all, but it does raise some issues.
Structure of Orca, is it quasi-governmental or is it?
It's, I mean, it's okay, let's see. It is quasi-governmental. There's 5 clean air agencies around, and then the Department of Ecology serves as a clean air agency for a couple of counties as well. It's quasi-governmental. It's only, I mean, we're bound by Department of Ecology, so it's not quasi-governmental, it's just legislative.
Okay.
Well, is that right? They do have penalty. It has a board. The board is made up of a member from each of the 5 counties, since 6 before, but 5 counties, and a representative from each of the 2 largest cities, which is no, the 3 largest cities, which is Lacey, Olympia, and Tumwater. We're talking about changing that board because we end up with, of course, disproportionate Thurston County representation, because the 3 largest cities are there. You can support Angeles for a while, but right now Tumwater, Lacey, and Olympia are the largest. Yeah, but it's legislative, so there are fines. Yeah, legislative.
Yeah, that's a hard question. Thanks for.
Yep. And it's really, we knew ED last year, and but it's been a very healthy organization. It's interesting, they don't oversee the regulations of the Port Townsend paper mill because it's a craft paper plant, so they are regulated by the Department of Ecology. But the McKinley plant in Port Angeles, which, you know, just closed, unfortunately, they are the regulatory agency for that.
And then is there a local Orca, does that go to public health?
Nope, there's not a local Orca.
Permit before for demolition.
Oh, yeah, no, that's through the Orca down in,
That's through.
and they manage burn permits only for Thurston County. Some of the programs they do out here, there's a wood stove bounty. You can get a free heat pump if you turn in an old wood stove.
Just did it.
Oh, really?
It's
It's different,
you get
yeah.
$2,500
Oh,
for your
okay.
heat pump.
Got
Sorry,
Yeah.
I just did that.
Got it, okay, not
Good to
free.
know.
I think it was free when it started, but probably heat pumps have gone up.
Yeah.
But we just got, we weren't permitted for that program for the first 5 years it was going, so it's only in the last year that happened. They coordinate with the local municipalities about burn permits and everything, but they don't actually give the burn permits. But usually outdoor burning complaints will often go to Orca. They'll often work with environmental public health. So there's a close relationship there. They do environmental, check the PM 2.5, the small particulate emissions around the entire area. It's a great meeting. Oh, and also we're starting a new program with Orca where we really focus on what Orca does in each of the municipalities, and I volunteered to be first, so I'm going out to Indian Islands with the Orca team at the end of January to go on their annual inspection of NAVMAG there. And then we're going to have a presentation. I think we're working with Pinky to be at the February Board of Health meeting. To have Orca come there and present what they do to the Board of Health. We're gonna come to the BOCC, but they really overlap a lot with BOH, so we thought we'd do it there since we'll all be there. Also, Pinky used to work for Orca, so there's a close relationship.
I think that's why I'm making the public health.
Yeah, Pinky might
Because
have.
I worked with Pinky on that permit, and so but okay. got it.
Before she came
Yeah.
to environmental public health. she was
That's
at Orca.
why I have that, yes.
So yeah, a couple Orca bangs, had a housing conversation with Oli Cap, was actually pushed to this morning. Just kind of talking through the landscape, there's lots of issues going on with right now, one of the big things is South 7, which is the senior housing over at the Methodist Church in Port Havelock. We had a housing fund board application from, Bayside to install manufactured homes there. They're also looking at new opportunities to increase, to put under, because it'll be in the Port Havelock sewer area. Right now, the area that they're talking about, Holy Cap is an easement for from the church, but when that drain field is no longer necessary, then it's kind of up to the Methodist Church about what they want there. So I think there's some, competing proposals, both with good intentions of creating, I think, both from senior housing, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Just figuring out what's
What to do.
serve the most, yeah.
There's some other real existential issues going on. Haines Street cottages probably are not long for. Yeah, there's about $1 million in capital needs.
For maintenance or.
Yeah, a lot of deferred maintenance, roofs and all that stuff for 8 little cottages, so I think they're gonna consider. That's pretty valuable space too, so they could put up much denser housing in that same space, so that's gonna be a big thing coming up soon. And they're working with the housing authority as well on Garden Court, which is also in the Port Havelock sewer area, but might be able to
Also has a large drain field area.
Yep, so
I've talked with
Garden
Sarah about
Court
that,
too, I think, and of course, the housing authorities. One of their priorities from their strategy, their new strategy document is to invest more in Jefferson County, so.
Yeah.
There's a lot of opportunities there, yeah, probably enough. Let's see, met with Mark and the prosecutor's office on Friday about changes to LTAC based on our last year's annual evaluation of LTAC. So the prosecutor's office is taking the lead on figuring out some options and a path towards that. I'm working more on the Tourism Coordinating Council, which is I'm not sure how familiar, Heather, you are with the history of this whole situation, but
Just from my Main Street days.
yes, right. But at this point, we're I don't know, I'm developing also with the prosecutor's office a plan for TCC that in the next couple of weeks we'll bring back. Not planning to have a meeting this month, but I'm gonna plan outreach to all the TCC members and have personal meetings with them as we. My goal is to use TCC more to develop metrics for evaluation of lodging tax investments. Develop areas like the Gateway Visitor Center, which is I think Mark said, I don't think it's a secret, is it, about the Clallam and Jefferson transit grant application? That they've gotten the grant for design for paving that Gateway Visitor Center, which would enable Clallam County to. Yeah, so both the straight shot and the Kingston connector, fast food connector would all be there, and would really create a 2-county intersection.
In that regard, Nicole's trying to set a meeting up.
Okay.
To discuss that, and I'd like you to be in on that.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Since you've got ideas.
Yeah.
Which is interesting too, with the solid waste transfer station task force finding the location across the street there.
Right.
So maybe there's some twofers or.
Oh, absolutely. I talked to Al Cairns already about like in my vision, what should go in Gateway is not just pavement and a more robust transit interface, but we also have a grant for high-speed rechargers. And it would be great if we had a more any septic system that would facilitate actual bathrooms and also a spot for a food cart or a coffee cart or something like that. Because in my experience, usually what travelers want more than anything else is bathrooms and hot food and something. So
This was actually the reason that I asked the question about the bank account earlier.
Oh, yeah.
I know you're working through issues with TCC, and
Right.
so the question was, do we anticipate that there will be a contract in 2025 or no? And no.
TCC is an instrument of Jefferson County, and our code actually, which is hopelessly out of date, actually says that TCC will be subsumed and replaced by the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee. I don't think that's what should happen with it, but we don't have any funding for it at this point, so another meeting. Yeah, no need for a bank account right now.
That was the nature.
But we're going to hopefully eventually have staff capacity to staff it. I'm kind of willing to take it on, and another meeting that we had last week was the AI think tank. I've been doing an informal monthly meeting with IT staff as well as any other staff that wants to participate, talking about the potentials and pitfalls of AI. And they've all agreed in theory to attempting to use Otter AI to clerk TCC. So I'm working on a plan. There's a lot of concern about AI and Otter, especially as creating, cascading public records that is hard to keep track of. So the plan that we came upon in the think tank with Sean Frederick and Mikey and Tristan's support. I still have to run by Jenny Matter at our public records expert, one of our public records experts, but is to create an external Gmail account and YouTube account for TCC. And then with that, record every meeting on Zoom and use Otter AI to clerk the meeting and create minutes. And then we always keep a recording of the Zoom meeting, and they kind of will stay on YouTube indefinitely, right? But outsource that records keeping to offsite, taking the burden off of our IT staff.
And wouldn't be part of AV capture.
Wouldn't be part of AV capture or that problem. And then all those recordings would be external. And then you still have the oversight because you'd be creating minutes with Otter AI, but then humans are still responsible, just as we are, for looking at the minutes and making sure that they accurately represent
I'm watching
take of the meeting.
the transcript.
Oh, right. And this, people talk about how inaccurate transcriptions can be, whenever, Clown County never comes out of Clown County, of course, in a transcription, but
Clown County.
Clown County usually, yeah,
That's
yeah.
what it just said.
Mhm.
Clown County.
Always Clown County.
Clown County.
Yeah, usually that's always
Clown County.
never gonna get it. I find Otter AI a much better transcriber than Zoom, but the idea is to test using both of those in conjunction, external from our own internal systems to test it out. We're gonna test it out first with our next AI think tank. I wanna see 6 counties. I always forget, okay, it's 6 counties. And then, yeah, so that's the big thing right there. I'm still developing the model. And then the final thing with TCC, my goal for this year, not just destination, not just the Gateway Visitor Center, but also things like we've done design work on a more robust septic system for the Quilcene Community Center and Campground. We'd love to develop real bathrooms and showers there for both campground, community center use. And also there's a lot of frustration locally that the port had closed the showers to the public at semi-closed. They charge for them out at Burbeck Marina. But so
Say one thing about the community, something that's been on date, is that the community wildfire protection planning implementation team is looking at that campground in that forest as one of our model sites for forest demonstration, forest fire resistance demonstration.
okay, so
We're working with the local fire chief down there.
Oh, great.
Don, yeah.
Oh, Don said it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and there's also, of course, there's gonna have to be some changes down there with trees anyway.
Right.
The approved, the funded skate park going
So
in.
there might be some synergy amongst all of
Yeah.
these activities coming
Right.
together around the same time.
Yeah, and so just kind of development and getting the tourism, ecosystem involved in those conversations. Also with the Wilson Community Center, we have that back building that is being used as storage by the food bank right now. But when they move into their, their completed building at some point, I'm sure, there's a conversation to be had, what happens to that building, is it go down, it's pretty hardy, but there's no real infrastructure inside, electrical, but, I don't know. I'm
Is
always,
there any timeline on that, so from community center,
for which part?
for the, you said moving into the new.
Oh, the food
park.
bank.
Yeah,
I am not privy to
And I haven't
that.
had an update lately. I have not attended, but I didn't attend the last food bank board meeting. I've been kind of attending as a guest.
well, that was something I heard questions about on the campaign trail, so I wonder if that would be something we could get an update on at some point.
Can, you don't have any oversight. Yeah. Bank Association, they're an independent 501c3.
But the community center,
The community center, yes, the community
Yeah.
center is a county owned facility, as well as the Brennan Community Center, the Gardner Community Center, and the Port Townsend Community Center.
And the tri-area community.
It's trying, not the
Forget
Coyle
that.
Community Center, which is, they created with the Parks and Rec District.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, which is beautiful. And there's also really fundamental questions about community centers going forward. We have a 2-year contract with OLCAP, 2, maybe 3-year, but it's ends at the end of 25, I think.
operate.
To operate the tri-area Brennan and Quilcene Community Center. In talking to OLCAP, they're most interested in preserving, operating the tri-area one, because they use the kitchen, the commercial kitchen there for a lot of congregate meal creation, and even for early Head Start meal prep. And then both the Quilcene and Brennan communities are very interested in more agency over those community centers. The Gardner Community Center is managed by a community group, but it is probably an inequitable contract if we start looking at all of these community centers as with a new model. So I think we pay, I don't know, Gardner 30,000 a year, more like, no, maybe even less, more like, I think it's 180 that we give to OECAP to manage the 3 other community centers. And that pays for a part-time 20-hour-a-week community center manager, which is, I don't know, I've not heard about the tri-area and their relationship with it. I think there's more places, but both in Brennan and Quilcene, it's often deemed not to be enough. And sometimes tourism dollars have actually gone to keep the Brennan Community Center open more hours. And the Quilcene one, I think, sometimes volunteers will keep it open longer, but there's a, what should the community centers be, how should they be operated if they're operated by a community group is a question we're all gonna have to contemplate. Okay. Fundamentally. So, sorry, diving deep into these things.
I think it's good though.
Yep. You guys were both at the Special Housing Fund Board meeting that we had to both contemplate this consolidated human homelessness grant, as well as the reason that we called it, which was that we were overdue on submitting the 5th year data update for our 5-year homelessness plan as required by the Department of Commerce, which was due on December 16th, but that kind of highlights some of the communication issues that still remain, frankly, that we were unaware of that deadline because our COC was the one who was notified of it, but it's actually been the Housing Fund Board that has been doing that for the last 5 years. Well, I mean, ultimately, it's the COC that's responsible, right? This is just the big kind of conversation about authority over this, and do we want to build the capacity for the county to have that role?
That oversight,
Yeah, so, I'm curious of your thoughts on that too, but, good meeting. I know that OLCAP definitely wants to try to preserve that, right? And there's so many programs that are tied into it that I would hate to
That's exactly what I want to try to understand.
Yeah.
What's tied into it that would be lost and gained, what's to be gained?
Right.
That's the conversation. I'm glad we're gonna workshop it.
Yeah, so I think that's gotta come up here soon. I don't know, Mark, is that next week? We're gonna be able to talk about the consolidated homes grant with Judy and Amanda and Holy Cow?
And the COC discussion.
Kind of,
Yeah, a work session with OECAP for them to lay out. Yeah, we were looking at the 13th.
okay, great. So. I mean, those were kind of the high points. I can go into any of those in more detail. And then, do you want me to go into this week or?
What I'm thinking is that we can get through briefing,
Mhm.
take a brief break, and then
Okay.
come back and maybe do boards and committees.
Before in the
noon.
morning, all right, it's not really depending on
It's
your
not
house.
time,
Okay.
so, and then we can later in the afternoon do scheduling more, calendaring.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stop there.
It's trying to be an insightful chair here.
Alright.
I'm like, how do clunky.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I can so briefly do mine because I had plans to take some time off from the 24th to the 2nd, but I didn't go on my trip. And so I was here and was in the courthouse some, but not really, there weren't a lot of meetings because I had cleared my calendar for that time off. And the one thing I think I might have mentioned, but we haven't met, so Pinky and I went and toured the Gates Foundation's
Oh, hey, no, I haven't heard
septic.
exhibit.
I mean, septic around the world, septic management around the world display, and it was awesome, utterly inspiring. We were doing it with the idea, with the reason that we went as a county team was to, because we've been working as a sanitation subcommittee of the Board of Health for over a year. And one of the primary needs that's come out of that work that we've done together is some kind of lower entry septic solution. And I know pit privies are your top of the list, but we were like, okay, what's out there, you know? And so the Gates Foundation currently has 3 different systems set up in their Discovery Center, which is their visitor center in Seattle. And coming out of that, my impression was, wow, these would take an engineer to maintain. Although there was one, and I believe was it by Janicki in Skagit County?
Okay.
That was more, felt a little.
Janicki, the commissioner or the?
Well, no, it's a relative of hers.
Oh, okay.
Did this big, international septic management project with the Gates Foundation years ago. And I've seen the video. I think it's Peter Janicki, and it's really inspiring. And what they do is they basically put human waste in one end and clean water comes out the other end. And they had Bill Gates drinking the clean water in this video. You know, it was an impactful video, so I'll never forget it. But
I'll never forget it.
yeah, one of the systems in the Discovery Center was, I think, a Janicki or a Skagit County system.
Okay.
And it was the one that was the least techie.
Mhm.
It was the most kind of like, okay, having grown up on a commercial fishing boat, I recognize most of the parts in that box.
Yeah.
Because it was
Basically,
closed in glass, so you could see everything in there. And I was like, okay, I think but it was interesting, and Pinky and I, debriefed over lunch, and it would be good for us to come up with an option that is lower barrier to get into waste management. And it's something that we're gonna work on as phase 2 of our sanitation subcommittee.
I was kicked off. Sanitation. That's why I was kicked off.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't want to hear me talk about pit privies anymore, but I'll tell you, there's 10 on my block, so we gotta do something.
I know. So it was very impactful and a good field trip. And what I did learn, we thought that exhibit was closing the end of December. They're keeping it open for an unforeseeable amount of time in the future. So if anyone wants to go see this really cool exhibit, it's free at the Gates Visitor Center at right near Seattle Center. Anyway,
Check it out.
it was a really useful,
Bring the teenagers, I'm sure that.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, a friend of mine actually was the architect who designed that visitor center. And I remember building. Yeah, I remember the first time I went in it, there's a lot of interactive. Components to the visitor center that are, I think, for younger folks would be really engaging.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
But most of them were pretty, even though it seemed like a high barrier because of you need to be an engineer just to maintain it, basically, is what you're.
Well, not the interactive components of the exhibit.
Well, I know, but the actual system.
Oh, yeah, and I don't know anything other than looking at them with my, 30 years of being around commercial fishing boats, but
Yeah.
I do remember my dad swearing a lot trying to fix things, so I mean, it's just, when things are complicated, they're more complicated.
Yeah.
And,
complicated to maintain.
but, there are probably, what we're talking about is, there are probably simpler systems, but the end goal of these systems was to get to clean water.
I'm not sure if that's the right goal.
I know, well, that's what Pinky and I ended up talking about over lunch. Is, okay, these systems were focused on this one kind of mission.
Right.
But, there are lower entry systems that just manage the waste, so, anyway. I'm sticking with that subcommittee too, you don't get it. And then flash forward all the way to January 3rd, when I was officially supposed to be back. And I did a KPTZ County Connections show with Jen Kingfisher from the Community Foundation to talk about the UGN Give Jefferson campaign, which I'm, as you know, on the board of the Community Foundation. And so I've been flying a little bit closer to that campaign, and it was a slow start this year. And we screamed right up till kind of the close of the campaign, December 31st, and we basically met the goal.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, amazing. I know, it was amazing. She showed up at the radio station and I said, "Where are we today?" And she said, "We're really close to meeting the goal." And I was like, "Yes." But we still did a show talking about the UGN campaign and the difference between UGN and JCF, and
It was a great show. It was really informative.
yeah, no, it's always fun. And that's on my agenda, to talk about the future calendar
Yeah.
and start
Gotta
thinking about start thinking about what you want to amplify.
Amplification is important. Just to interject really quickly, Bonnie Obremski reached out and said that since she came on this morning and we helped amplify, she's had 2 applicants for the idea.
Yeah, that's great. Then Mark and I had a meeting after that KPTV show with Jeff Chapman from upstairs, the assessor, to talk about the drainage district, and still working on the Chimacum Drainage District, and have been for, I feel like, a year now. But we're about to send a survey out to residents of the drainage district, and there was, we drafted the survey, and we had some questions about some of the options, watershed improvement district, flood prevention district, that were listed in the survey, and wanted to pick Jeff's brain as to how those actually would function. And so he had some initial comments for us, but also was gonna do a little bit of a deeper dive research into the 3 options that were outlined in the survey, so. And then I was with both of you at the joint special meeting of the BOCC Housing Fund Board, which was fun because I've never been to one of those meetings before. And then on Saturday, as I mentioned, I attended Joe's retirement party at the Elks Lodge.
Sorry to miss that.
Yeah, it was great. And he said up on the stage at one point in the meeting, he was like, "Okay, I was kind of hesitant about this, but let's keep it on."
No, I think I kind of like this.
Giving him all the props.
Oh,
and
right,
he
yeah.
was like, "Let's keep this going a while." So that was great.
I saw a bunch of old pictures. Do they have the old pictures of them?
Yes.
Still with the same
Yeah,
mustache?
yeah.
And the big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty great.
And then yesterday I had a meeting with a constituent from your district to talk about the transitions at DNR and all the forest management stuff we've been working on, and I think that work's not done. But luckily now we have Kate in
Yeah,
there.
we got someone on the.
Yeah. But yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see how the leadership transition.
Yeah.
What kind of fallout there is from that.
There's gonna be a big shift, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like the Grove is coming in with a real, maybe mandate's not the right word, but a real, a shift in priority.
And it's gonna be interesting from the Timber County caucus
Mhm.
perspective.
Yeah.
How we engage.
Right.
I can't think of anyone better to take on that deputy.
Yeah.
Policy
Yeah.
role than Kate Dean.
Oh, yeah.
That's so we're
Yeah.
lucky to have her.
So lucky.
Great.
So, and we know Heather was not
Well, do you have anything you want to update? I'll update you just really briefly. And of course, I was sworn in on the 23rd of December, and it was really the first time that I just got to sit with you all. And so I just I haven't gotten to thank you for, of course, I was sworn in as a commissioner, but not acting as a commissioner until the first of the year. But you were really welcoming and inviting comments when it was appropriate. And then I was able to provide a couple of public comments, but it was just really informative to see how the whole process goes. Mondays are typically really busy days in my former job. So it was infrequent that I tried to dial in and listen periodically through each Monday, just in my former role in housing. But it felt like just a privilege to be able to spend my Monday with you and learned a ton. Of course, I tried to spend the vast majority of the rest of my time. I left Bayside on the 20th, and I picked that day because it was the kids' last day before their winter break. So I have the two kids.
Are they still on winter break?
No, they were back today. The first day back.
Still they were back.
All four in today, and dropped me off in the parking lot, and they got to go because they usually walk. So anyway, it was a good time, really spending some time with them. I did get to meet with our esteemed administrator during that time off, because during the campaign, I had tried to really connect with some department leads, but didn't make my way through everyone and didn't even get to sit down with Mark. So we got to just talk about process, and he was informing me a bit on how things go. I spent my first 2 days and really didn't come in on the first, but did spend the majority of the day here on the second and the third. And just getting the office set up and trying to get the tech all working, and great support from our IT department. So very grateful. And
Were they able to do that fishing?
they haven't signed me up on the fishing button. They did give me some instructions. But they didn't quite match what I see on my screen. So I'm gonna meet with them, but they'll know how to fix it, and they were super responsive. I was emailing with someone there up until like 6:30 on Friday night, because I was still here, and they were responding. At some point, I'm like, you don't have to respond to me. I'm just a late worker, Anyway, I've just been so grateful to the whole staff. The staff has been incredibly welcoming, and it's just been a great, great start. And then, of course, I got to have my first meeting on the dais, being able to, Carolyn and I have talked about whether to notice that meeting as a joint BOCC Housing Fund Board meeting on Friday. And so she was so on top of that and got that noticed in time for me to really be able to fully participate as someone, in housing. So that was a really great meeting, and also just helpful for me to step up here and plug in my computer and get to be here with you, but not, in the BOCC meeting. So also got to attend Joe Knowles' retirement on Saturday, which was really lovely, and also just a good way to network with the
Was it raised
county
Yeah.
family.
I mean, if it was my party, the cops would have showed up.
It was lovely, and it just really reinforced what a team this is and how strong this network is, and particularly on the staff side. So thanks to everyone for welcoming me and informing me. And the last thing I'll say is that everyone has encouraged me to ask lots of questions, and I'm a nerdy question asker, but it's really kind of opened the door and made me feel really comfortable to do that, and also reminding me that when I ask questions, that may be questions that our constituents and residents may also have.
Yes,
So thanks for
more the better.
without exception, everyone, staff and elected, has been really encouraging of that, and I really appreciate it. I think it shows a lot of transparency and openness to the public as well. It's been a great start. Thank you.
Well, welcome. We love having you here. So. I was feeling nervous about being chair again and not having Kate, and I was like, we got this. We got this, and we all care about our community so much. And I know sometimes they don't think so, but I really, every day I come here, I'm like thinking about the conversations I had in the community for the last week, and it's what I bring every day. I know we all do, and I think that whoever picked you, you are a really good fit, because I know you care about the community. everyone picked you, but, you know, but I think that care is a really core skill that if you didn't have it, you'd be kind of. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
the
trying
hour
not
gets
to
you pretty
get-
quick if you don't
Yeah.
care about the mission.
Yeah.
Right, not to get too jaded by the conflict and remember that that's what we're all here for, and even when there's tension.
Mhm. Okay, so should we take like a 5-minute break and I'm not gonna call them, you know what breaks? And I'll go I have a draft list of committees and we can just take a first scan of this
Yep.
together. I know that I've been sending paper airplanes over the last week or so about this idea and this list, and had a conversation with Heather before she took office, and so I think we've got a good start for a conversation.
Great.
Okay,
And we'll come back at 11:25.
recess for 5.
Yeah, it's good. Recess for 5.
Okay.
I just take the staff.
No, me.
I guess I'm.
Yeah, are we on? Okay, I'm gonna call us back to order after our brief recess, and we're gonna talk about our 2025 commissioner board and committee assignments. And there's been some pre-work done on this through staff and in consultation with the two of you, and I haven't changed anything since the last time that I told you this is what I have. I like getting this organized before we get together, so we have somewhere to start.
Yeah, that's helpful.
And so one thing that in general that I would say is that one thing I'm aware of is that there are often conflicts in standing meetings. And I haven't even necessarily, you know, ground truth all my potential conflicts,
Yeah,
but
that's kind of part of my question is, how do we know what the schedule is for all of these and have some of them change?
yeah. But the list is not necessarily current, because over time, some of the meetings have changed. But as a first salvo, this is our first salvo, and then I think we can continue to, you know, tune up, refine. I was really trying to balance in terms of the capacity, and I always talk to folks about this. I'm like, it's ridiculous that we sit on over 20 committees or serve in over 20 roles each. It is. I mean, when people say, why aren't you doing this? I say, because of this, you know, and you know, I think we all honestly try to do our best by each of these responsibilities that we have on our committee lists, but
Is it also true that you get some of your work done through these committees and roles?
yeah, I would say that's true.
Yeah.
And I think I shared with you, Heather, that the one thing that I've learned is that having committees where the subject matter content is supportive of other roles has been beneficial for me in the last couple of years, and I didn't know that necessarily in my first couple of years. So I was trying to defer to like stacking us with, you know, behavioral health or, you know. And then the other thing we've always said is if there's something specific to our geographic jurisdiction, that we sit on those committees as well.
Yeah, I kind of did some color coding for myself, just so I could sort of see. The yellow ones here for me were all board, and so there's quite a, you know, like all three of us sit on lots of things together. There was some district specific ones. And each of us seemed to have, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 of those. And then there's a couple that are either attached to the chair role or 2 commissioners sit on, like the Housing Fund Board, and was the only example of that.
Yeah.
So it was a good way for me to kind of organize things in my mind.
Did any questions come up for you in the review?
Yeah, there were a couple things that came up that we haven't gotten to talk about and previously reviewing it, just as I was looking at it over the weekend, that were just questions. Under Greg's list, Jefferson Transit Authority Finance Committee, that says the chair serves. Does that mean it's supposed to be the
Well,
BOCC chair? Or did
Heidi's volunteering me to chair the district.
I was, because we switched back and forth with the city.
right?
So the last year, Ben Thomas was chair, so it's our year. And I was
But it
wondering.
doesn't necessarily have to be, there's nothing saying it has to be the BOCC chairs. on
No,
the-
somebody from the BOCC serves as, we all sit on that board.
Okay,
and we-
yeah, that chair serves.
So I was
on it.
wondering, I put you there, I was presuming, I was
Oh,
hopeful,
I would love to, yeah.
yeah.
Especially we're doing operation, we're doing a whole route analysis.
Yeah.
this year. It's an exciting year for Jefferson Transit.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But it's more of a convention that we swing back and forth between the city and the county, and last year we added seats to the Transit Authority Board, and John Nowak from the Port Townsend School Board is the vice chair now, so you know,
Right.
he might want to be chair.
Right,
so,
right.
You know, which is a different.
This is, yeah, I forgot, we added those seats, I mean, I didn't forget, but I didn't think about the rotation.
I mean, I'd be happy to step into the vice chair role or the chair role. I mean,
Okay.
either one's fine. But
Well,
we-
let's talk about it at transit.
Yeah.
But you will be the commissioner kind of leader for
Sure.
transit
I'm
next
happy
year.
to do
That would be
Yeah.
great.
Perfect, okay.
And
So
both
just
the
there's
vice
nothing
chair
that
and the
says
chair serve on the
has to serve.
finance board too. So
Right.
I mean, it's the same.
Okay, great.
Other question for me was, now that the Jefferson County Transit Benefit District has been established, does that not need to show up on this list as something that we all serve on, or is it a different function?
Should.
Should just be
Once it's,
represented
once
here.
it becomes a thing, right?
Thing should be
Today.
on here, yeah.
Whenever, yeah, should be on here.
And then I also just was contemplating the fact that I know there, and I think it's important for the public to know there are other things, like, for example, just being on the Housing Fund Board, you know, you also that kind of reflects out to Shelter Coalition, and, you know, I've been on the Data Needs Assessment Committee. Those each kind of have some sort of ripple effects, each committee, I would imagine.
And we try to reflect that in the numbers, right? Which are, you know, how much of an impact on your time is it?
Right.
And I would classify that. And I think, you know, the shelter meetings have added a lot, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
that's, you know, 4 hours of
Right.
meetings a month, you know, that adds on. So
Right.
that's not nothing.
Yeah, so I guess I just need, like, I'll just need to kind of talk through data needs assessment. Is that something that I should still stay on, or should another, you know, you and I can talk that through if we're both on Housing Fund Board?
Yeah, that would be a decision of the Housing Fund Board meeting.
That sounds good. And then, you know, hosting the Shelter Coalition meeting, if something we share or not, we could talk about
Yeah.
that.
And usually as we go through this process, because we do this every year, we'll go through and, you know, has this changed? Is it still one, or is it more, you know, it's more time consuming at this point? So.
And you know, I mean, I did not list the Board of Health Sanitation Subcommittee on this list.
Right.
Exactly, that's what I was saying. I know that's true about Housing Fund Board because I've sat on some of those committees and in my other role. And so I assume it's true about some of these other committees too. Yeah. The only other thing is that I will reiterate that I am up for and would really like the opportunity to be the Wasatch Lift backup. So,
I'm sure Greg,
Can I step backwards?
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm really grateful actually that you're stepping into that, knowing that I still have kids in high school and all of that, but that's a definite interest of mine, and I'd love to just be the backup around that so that I can be introduced to it over time and be supportive that way.
And I think I've kind of been in a brigade, but
Yeah.
mostly focused on forest issues for me.
It's great.
Uh,
My only additional notes.
I saw the county coordination, right, that's a chair. POCC
because
chair.
I only left it on the chair because it feels like the chair does the planning for those meetings, and that's the real effort there, right?
Yeah, we do a quarterly county coordination meeting with elected and directors.
And I didn't put that on all of our agendas, all on our list, because I feel like the real effort there is the planning of it,
Okay.
not necessarily the attending of it.
But we each need to keep an eye out if that meeting, what I'm looking for is, if I see a meeting request, is it for me or if I'm
Yeah.
sitting on that committee? So I can
that'll
look
show up
for
on your
that.
calendar.
Okay, cool.
And we used to do it where we met every month and just the chair would go to most of those, and then quarterly we would do this whole big one, but that was kind of a remnant of
thing.
COVID that we did away with.
Okay, so is there any other questions about the list? I mean, so I could just say from the perspective of roles, I've been sitting in for the last few years. And shifts that I'm proposing here is one big one for me is transitioning the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee Chair to Heather.
Yeah.
And I have talked that through with Apple.
Okay.
It's in a place where it's in a period of transition with Anna McHenry having retired.
Right.
And there is not currently a Behavioral Health Advisory Committee coordinator. Bonnie Obremski has come on and she's the IBD coordinator. Apple's currently looking for that person to fill that position. But that role will be a little bit more of a holding the committee together. Cause I think there's a meeting in February.
Yep, that's the next one.
But I think that you'll really enjoy it. It's a funding committee, but I also proposed for you to hold IDD, which I talked to Greg about because he's been serving in that role. And also the Salish Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organization. A lot of the work that's been happening at the ASO has been opioid funding related. And I feel like it's really additive to the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee taking on the opioid funding dispersal for our community. So I feel like those two are
They work together.
they work well together. Let's see.
Yeah, and I think I had expressed, so just say here, an interest in really focusing on food security issues, and I think you said Peninsula Regional Emergency Planning Commission, which is something we all sit on, correct?
But Greg's the lead for.
You're the lead, so that's
No, Peninsula Regional Emergency.
Oh, right.
planning committee.
Yeah, we haven't had leads traditionally. I mean, anyone can go usually because we don't have contribute a lot, so if we're not all speaking, you can. I mean, I've been there with other commissioners. Usually we just, one of us would go to a particular.
So we don't have a lead for that.
I don't think we traditionally have.
Cause there was maybe a legacy lead sitting on that list, so
Okay.
I'll just take.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering, because on a former list, it said JPrep, but that's not the acronym. Just interesting.
Jefferson.
Sure.
Peninsula.
Jefferson Prep. Oh, I see, there
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, I'll put that acronym on there so that we all know.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that the two of you want to serve on the Housing Fund Board.
Yeah.
I think that makes the most sense.
Okay.
That role.
And then, I put in bold where someone's like the lead or the chair or, did I miss any?
So the difference between lead is the lead between the three of us, and chair is actually chairing the committee, correct?
We're all automatically on the now coordinating council, but usually only one goes to the meeting.
Okay.
and Only one could talk.
I see.
I don't know when those are. I haven't been to those meetings.
And Kate's been active on those.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say Behavioral Health Consortium, which I have served on. I think it would be good to align that with the other.
I was thinking the same thing, but then thought maybe they were separate for a purpose to kind of keep.
I mean, I
things-
served on both when we kind of made the Behavioral Health Consortium continue with, it started as part of our Community Health Improvement Program. And then right now it's being funded with one of the opioid settlements, and Discovery Behavioral Health is the fiscal sponsor. And then we have a contractor, Roy Fleming. But I think alignment with the BHAC would be good. So I guess
Okay.
that's one that I think.
Move
And I-
Behavioral Health Consortium to Heather.
Yeah, that's fine with me. And then I kind of have all the behavioral health.
Yeah, I kind of wanted PRTPO, but I don't know if that's one that you're looking forward to. I'd trade you if you want.
Sure, yeah, and that makes sense if you're gonna be, I'm, transportation is a big interest, but I think I can learn vicariously and I think this idea of trying to align committees that are similar really does make the work more efficient, so that works for me.
Okay, great.
Okay.
And I can reach out to John about the chair, vice chair question if you want. For you, yeah.
I can read that. I
Okay,
mean, yeah.
okay. I kept you, Greg, and LTAC and Tourism Coordinating Council
Yeah, I mean,
at your request.
at my request, Tourism Coordinating Council is gonna be definitely more than one this year, since there's no staff. and
Should we
we're
put
probably-
2 or 3?
it's, I mean, it's kind of being built full from the ground, we can call it a 2, it's fine, I mean, it doesn't. matter.
Okay,
But I'm excited and just recompete, so you know, Heather, you know about the grant,
I do.
but,
I was actually involved in applying for it from the very, you know, before I left,
oh, gotcha.
just kind of
EDC.
preparing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's still kind of, check-ins on that as well, and then I would also, something I've been working a lot with, the grant, the 60 grand grant we got from that for developing a plan for, infrastructure in Glen Cove. And that's kind of how I see that, so
Great.
that's gonna take a lot of work, actually, I have an independent contract in my.
Two?
Let's call it a 1, because it's also,
Okay.
I have an independent contract with school to lead 5 focus groups in there to really work on it. So I think 1 is the appropriate place. Anything extra I do on that is what I'm doing on my own time.
okay.
And I'm taking over Olympic Peninsula, the Discovery Trail.
That's exciting.
And that's because the trail is moving into District 3. So we-
Mhm.
with it departing Anderson Lake State Park, I think our district line is right somewhere there on Highway
Yeah.
20.
Oh, super exciting.
And that can be a time consuming. Cause there's the big, Peninsula Trails Coalition meeting,
Mhm.
and that's actually on this Wednesday, the 8th
Exciting.
at
time
6
for
o'clock.
travel.
You wanna go to that?
I cannot, I mean, unfortunately, Wednesdays I have in-person school.
Okay, so is that gonna be a problem then?
If it's every Wednesday.
It's not every Wednesday, it's the first Wednesday of every month.
That might be a problem. I mean, we have not traditionally had someone on that, but. I mean,
On what?
on the Olympic Discovery Trail,
We have.
have we? Okay,
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
was on it for years and then I was on it for the last few years.
I can do it, but just Wednesdays are a challenge for me, just, at least through the winter. Maybe we'll put a
When
star by
does that end?
that.
When do you graduate?
Well, I graduated in June, but I think there's no in-person class in the spring quarter, so it's problems from now until April, so it's not that. I don't mind being there, and I can still get up to speed and meet with folks and go to the other meetings, so
Okay.
I'm happy to do it. I'd
Okay.
love to get closer to the project.
There's also a Jefferson County cohort meeting. It was on the 2nd. It would say, so it's the first Thursday of every month.
I can do that.
Okay, and then there's also, so it's like a 3-meeting thing. There's been there was a meeting that was called sometime middle of last year with the land trust out at Finn River
Mhm.
to talk about the idea of bringing the trail over the ridge on the whole Hood Canal, getting from the Hood Canal Bridge to the trail over here.
Yep.
And the idea was to bring it over to Chimicum Ridge, and so they had this meeting with the land trust, but then we decided to keep having those gatherings.
Mhm.
And Marilyn Nant would
Yep.
be a good person to check in with initially.
Anytime I can check in with Mary Lynn, I have
Yeah,
a good time.
she's fantastic. And then Jeff Wellman.
Okay.
Okay,
And I was really,
and I'll send them an email.
Yeah.
And let them know.
Sounds good.
I was just doing some reading over the weekend about the Olympic Coast Marine Sanctuary and the Maritime Washington National Heritage Area.
Yeah.
Is there overlap between the two? They both seem to have coastline.
Well,
you
all
know,
of our
3,000
coast is
miles.
in the,
Right, I thought they kind of had some, if they're
Yeah.
3,000 miles of coastline. How can they not overlap?
it's just one is part of the national heritage,
Mhm.
you know.
The geography does not overlap.
It does not.
It does a little bit up here, like Fort Worden is the end of the
Okay,
Olympico Sac. And the Maritime Heritage Area is like the San Juans and Island County and us, and
okay.
so they're like overlapping on a little pie corner.
Mhm.
So Kate's been serving on the Maritime Heritage Area.
Yeah.
And I've been serving on the Olympic Coast
Yeah, it makes sense to me to put those two together, right? And I'm excited to learn about it.
Oh, yeah, and I did that. Okay, great.
You did, yeah,
Okay.
you did, they're both.
I was like, I thought I did that, but I was like,
Good.
but yeah, there's a little bit of overlap of geography, but it's not huge.
Okay.
And the lot of the SAC meetings, I feel like are focused on talking about things on the outer coast.
Okay.
Which is why I was encouraging Greg to take this one, because
It's more in
his geography.
yeah.
But, I think it makes sense to have the person sitting on both of those. It's also a fun meeting because you get out of town.
Sure.
Yeah, at least once a year and. You know, it's nice to get out and. Drive.
Yeah, I'm happy to take it on. I feel like there's a lot to learn there.
Yeah.
And I mean, I have the kind of historic preservation background around the heritage issues, but I think it's really, and just learning about them. Maybe quite different, so there's lots to learn.
Yeah. Doesn't the heritage, I thought the heritage area was all of the Washington coastline until like Pacific County, where they wanted to be part of the proposal that was going on Oregon.
Maybe I don't have it.
1,000 miles of coastline.
But the marine sanctuary area is not just coastline, it's farther out into the water, right? It's like 20.
Yeah, which is why it's includes the islands and.
I mean, it's neither here nor there. They do align. I'm happy to stay with the
Where's the map?
EDC and the workforce development.
Oh, you're right, it's the whole
Board.
3,000 miles of
Yeah.
saltwater.
That's
Okay,
what I thought.
you're right. I thought it was more. It was another, I think.
Maybe you're talking about MRCs.
No, I think it's another proposal there was to create another heritage area or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why you don't have Pacific County and because they wanted to be part of the Oregon.
I see. Okay, no, that makes perfect sense then. Okay, let's see what else is there to look at. What other shifts happened?
We all have an empowered teams coalition now.
Yeah.
Satisfying meetings.
How often do those meet?
Kind of
Once
10
every other.
times, 10 times a month, a year. I don't know. It seems like during the school year, usually, each one is a little bit different. They have very prescriptive grant requirements.
And is there any overlap with the school districts?
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah, we have the Wilson School and Brennan School district, superintendents are both part of the Wilson one and there's been school leadership at both the other ones where I've been in.
Okay. Great.
Probably gonna be chair of Orca this year,
Are you?
vice chair right now, I think, current chair is. I think ready to starting to transition out of elected office.
Let's see, did you keep? Was it NOLA? You kept NOLA, or you moved NOLA to you, Heidi?
I moved NOLA to me because that's legislative.
Yep.
And it was just.
And you've got both REA, agency and aging one.
I know, that'll be like old home week for me. I used to run a home health agency in northern Utah. And so I sat on the 3A board for northern Utah, yeah.
Yeah, those have been great meetings too.
Yeah, and really great services, such a pertinent to our time in this county.
The community health improvement plan for youth, that's kind of, there were age band groups for all of the CHIP programs.
Okay.
And most of them have kind of faded, but I think this
one's still
one
going.
is still going.
Okay.
Okay, has been doing that. Soon we're gonna jump into another kind of robust community health improvement plan where that's something that we have to do every couple
So
years.
Barb Jones is our current CHIP coordinator, and Lori Fleming, who is the behavioral health consortium coordinator. Was the CHIP coordinator. So those two would be good people if we want to get up to speed on community health improvement. Barb Jones at public health.
But I know Lori
You
and
might pass her walking, but she takes us there over from where you
Yeah, I see her.
walks up to environmental public health, at the same time, you might be walking down this way, yeah.
okay, cool.
Usually goes up Highway 20 though, it's here on the shoulder.
Oh, yeah, all right. Well, when they're walking down. Lower Sound, though,
There you go, we could
yeah.
be, yeah, especially when I'm going home, I tend to go around, it's not through,
Mhm.
okay?
So one thing that I'm aware of on my schedule that's going to get a little challenging is that, and I watched this with Kate, is the legislative steering committee. Is that during the legislative session,
Is
there's,
that every Wednesday?
it's every other Wednesday and Thursday.
So you're there for a couple of days.
You're there, you're there for the afternoon of Wednesday and all day on Thursday.
Mhm.
And so I don't. The biggest conflict that Kate told me is the Board of Health.
Mhm.
So you just zoom into those on
You
those
could try and
weeks?
rush back sometimes or zoom in.
Mhm.
So I mean, I'll figure it out, but.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
So then after we vote on this and set it in stone, then are we gonna look at calendar conflicts, or are we gonna, how are we gonna make sure that this works?
well, then you need to work on your calendar and figure out when your meetings are, and then we'll come back together and say, just have these two conflicts or whatever.
Okay, and we'll just adjust it.
We could adjust, we won't set it in stone.
Got it,
We'll just-
Yeah, and we don't have to vote on it.
okay.
Yeah.
It's just
We don't, usually we do, don't we?
Do we vote on it?
we have committee assignments.
The whole
will be-
thing, because I think we're appointing for housing fund board especially, but yes.
Right.
we
Okay.
do. And then when you make changes later, then it's another motion on a different day.
So do we want to vote with the changes proposed on this today and then, okay.
Is this different than the one that was with the packet you updated?
No, I sent you this one at the end of Friday. There were a couple changes. I said this is slightly different than what you had. I don't know if you updated it.
Yeah, ADL took over agenda after,
Okay,
we traded off, but yeah, I know she added them.
okay, because I was trying to balance the,
And then the changes today, I saw you writing down.
yeah. Yeah, I'll email you an updated version.
The only change, wait, is the only change swapping PRTPO for VHC?
Behavioral health, adding J prep, the acronym, and
Just a couple of edits, right?
yeah. I don't know
Figuring
if
out
you were
the
gonna
transit
remove-
chair, or vice chair,
Yeah,
You can
exactly.
approve
You could just take off the words chair serves and
and
then
adding
you don't
the
have to update
transportation
this.
benefit district.
adding TBD. Yes.
Yeah, you can approve the 2025 board of committee assignment list as evidence today. After the meeting.
So one question I had though is, I can't remember where we're at on Board of Health. Kate's chair last
Didn't we
year.
vote Amanda?
Oh, we did, that's right. I was thinking, is Amanda vice chair, but she's chair.
Who's chair for
Okay,
25?
great.
And then were you saying you wanted to add county coordination meeting for the other two commissioners, but just as a one?
No,
Or
we're,
leave it
we're,
off?
we're doing an elected official department director quarterly meeting. That's really what county coordination meeting is now. So really county coordination meeting, I think you just mean kind of, you should probably just add one more to chairing.
Make it
To-
two.
Oh, yeah, I
Get
don't
back
have to do
to-
county
And then we
coordination
can
there too.
eliminate county coordination.
Got it. I see.
Okay, I'm gonna take that off.
And just make it a two for Heidi because she's
Yeah.
kind of leading it this year.
And do I have, and I have it every, okay, I got it, okay.
And TCC is a 2, it's at least, but yeah, that's fine.
The other one that I put on your list is the Jefferson County Human Service Collaborators, Heather.
Yeah, I've actually been attending that
Okay.
already.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a really great meeting.
Yeah.
And it's additive to all of the behavioral health work you'll be doing.
It is a great meeting. I didn't always get to make it there, so this will kind of put it on my radar to actually get to attend more often.
And so do we maybe approve this now, and then if we have calendar issues, we can come back and modify after the fact? And.
Okay. So I will move that we approve the Jefferson County Board and Committee assignments for 2025. As discussed today with the adjustments to. Behavioral Health Consortium and PRTPO.
And others,
And the other edits.
I'll second
Okay. You're good?
All in favor?
it.
Aye.
Aye.
No
All right.
abstains, no opposed, passes unanimously.
Thanks for doing the work that made this easy.
Well, I like to do it, 'cause I'm like thinking about things.
Yeah. Oh, it made it easier.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Heather, you seconded that motion.
I do. Okay, well, if there's nothing else, we can take a break until 1:30. We'll recess until 1:30. when we come back for our very busy afternoon.
Yep.
Of,
You want to hear from planning during the afternoon?
oh, yeah, we do want to look back, Mark, before we take a break.
Won't take long at all.
Okay,
It's kind of a slow week. So of course, no meeting with the board, 5th Monday on the 30th. I had a one-on-one with Brent Butler. He's making really good progress on short-term rentals and his other projects. And the consolidated water system plan. And C-Pacer and stock plans. And his work's beginning to taper. And so I think when I leave in June, I think Brent will likely be done at about the same time
will he be making presentations to us on those over?
at some point.
Okay,
I mean, the board's already been heavily involved in
yeah,
all of these things.
but it'd be
Oh, you know that
good to know what he's doing.
And then on the 31st, the only thing I had formally scheduled was a meeting with Ariel from the PA's office on the TBD. We spent a great deal of time preparing documents for today, for the 13th and for the 27th. Then, of course, the first was a holiday. And then on the second, another meeting with Ariel, and then meeting with Judy Shepherd, Brenda Huntingford, and Sarah Melanson on wage administration for the new coroner. He's kind of an unusual being. He's on an employment contract, but he's an official. And so we have to handle him slightly differently. And then on the third, LTAC meeting with Greg. And then I really had a nice lunch engagement. Sam Kim, who I hired as my chief information officer when I was a county manager down in Clark County, is Grays Harbor County's first county administrator. He's been doing the job for 5 months, and he wanted to come up and pick my brain. And
I met him at the BOCC County Leaders Conference and sat next to him in a couple workshops. He was espousing his love for our Mark. Yeah,
well, he was tremendous. And
yeah, he seemed like a bright light.
I always serve as a reference for him when he's applying for jobs. And then, of course, we met with Jeff Chapman, Heidi and I on Chimacum Drainage District, and then, of course, the joint Housing Fund Board BOCC meeting. I was mostly listening in on that. And so that wrapped up the week.
Okay. I see there's a hand raised. We're not taking public comment at this time. We're recessing until 1:30. There's lots of opportunity for public comment in the afternoon, so come back after 1:30. We'll see you back here. Any more today?
Elon has really never demonstrated much of lawn anyway.
That's. And I'm trying to get to my agenda. Call us back into order. This January 6th, 2025 meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners. And we are going to start off the afternoon with Mike Dawson and Tressa Lindquist from Public Health to talk about conservation futures, I believe. Yeah, not seeing her. Did they know to come? Yeah. Yes, we heard, yes. There might be a different email address, I mean. I don't think so.
I understand.
There's some timed item, I don't see,
Tammy likes to be here in person.
He's not coming. Tressa.
Oh.
It's Mike Dawson and Tressa Lindquist. Well, we can't. unless Steph,
And Steph is not here either.
and we can't do the TBD thing yet either, so.
Your calendar reading going forward.
Mhm.
But now that we have committees.
Maybe, yeah, yeah.
There's David Wayne Johnson, but I don't think he's part of this topic.
No, he wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's do calendaring and then hope that. Can someone reach out to Mike and Tressa?
Well, I tried calling Heidi and, or sorry. Heidi and Adel, but I'll go down to the office and.
We also could talk KPTZ.
Yes, okay. You wanna pull up, let's do
Yep.
KPTZ first.
Okay.
Your, magic sheet.
And we have, the one we have planned is this week, I was gonna go and talk with Viola from OLICAP about the point in time count coming up.
Yeah.
So that's this week.
Oh, so they said it was at 2, the item with Mike and Tressa was, I just got an email from Liz Anderson saying they said this item was gonna be at 2.
Oh. Someone,
Yeah. They're planning to join us at 2.
Yeah. Okay, so,
we can make that work, right?
so we're gonna just be busy this afternoon. Okay, so KPTZ. What's the plan?
Let's see, let's see, 25. Yes, I can just,
The connection show happens every week and you all just rotate through, is that true?
Let's just look at our calendar, and if there's a Friday that won't work for us, then we. Wasn't someone talking about something for the 1st though, or
me,
the 10th, I mean?
that's, yeah,
You're
that's
on
what we're
there.
talking about, yep.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Don't look at this one. So do you keep this?
I keep
Calendar
this document online drive, so you can go in and look at it anytime.
I remember, or if I'd forgotten.
Yeah, so those are all 2024.
No, you got it. Okay, we're gonna start over. Okay.
10, 5. And
We got an email from Liz Anderson saying they were told it was gonna be at 2 o'clock.
Item, so.
So I was going to go this week. With Viola. Time.
Yeah, they probably is looking on it.
So really, all we do is just kind of fill up the calendar for a couple months, so we can, we're coming, if you have a conflict, you can always sort it around. And then we let Jim Burke as our co-host, and so you let him know, and we're gonna show a couple times, just
So I cannot do the 17th, but I can do the 24th.
all right, how does the 17th look for you, Heather?
January 17th, unbelievable, that works just fine.
So it's a challenge for me too, so we've got a cadence then, well, and then usually
I've
we'll
got a
see.
couple morning meetings already, but it's 12:30 to 1, correct?
12:30 to 1, yep.
12:30 to 1, okay, great.
And that annual inspection, I can't do the 31st, already throwing the cadence off, because I was doing
I
my.
can't do that date
You
either.
can't do the 31st either, well, I might be able to, let's see.
No, I can say, yeah, it's 31st.
You can do the 31st?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I'm doing my inspection of Indian Island with work on that day.
I can do the 7th.
Okay. That will be Heidi, and then I'm sure I can do Valentine's Day.
Take Stacy on.
Yeah, I could take Stacy on. She would probably be as verbose as she is in our morning meeting.
I was gonna say, she's always good for conversation.
She is always good for conversation. In the public arena. All right, and then the 21st. Oh, yeah, I'm doing special election certification for you. I think that means that you're.
I can do this.
Yeah, okay. Didn't you have a
No, the conflict was on the 20th.
Oh, gotcha, okay. Heidi, and then, can you do the 28th?
Are we talking February?
February 28th?
And I'll be in DC for the NACO.
Well, yes, so far I don't have anything. I mean, I don't have the committee schedule on
Right,
here
yeah,
yet, so I don't know.
we can adapt too. And you can do it in person, or you can also, if you're out but available, you can do it on Zoom as well.
Okay, good.
Okay, and I think that's probably enough for right now, 2 months. Because all of our calendars are probably get a little more populated, so.
First and 28th.
So you can look for on the P drive, my P drive.
Okay.
KPPV county connection schedule, final 2025. And fill that for the end of February.
Great. Okay, got that one done. What did we learn, Carolyn? Is anyone ready to join us?
Yeah, Liz said that they were in her office, so they're gonna be joining in person, so they'll have to come down here to the courthouse.
Okay. So do we wanna do calendaring? Sure. Okay. So today, let's start with Mark this time. Let's shake things up. All right.
Shake things.
And so I'm looking for conflicts. We're listening to what the other person's calendar looks like.
Mhm.
And if we happen to have a conflict amongst the commissioners, is that?
Yep,
what we're-
we try to reconcile it, yeah.
And we sometimes cover for each other.
Okay, sounds good.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, obviously, all day with the commission today, and then tomorrow, busy day, senior management team at 9. And then there are 2 shelter meetings, one at 10 and one at 11:15, and sandwiched in between those 2 is the risk management committee meeting at 10:30. And then we're meeting to talk about the community wildfire defense grant proposal. And then shortly after that, there's another meeting to talk about Chimica Bridge as it relates to that community wildfire defense grant. And then AT meeting at 2:00. And Heather, the AT meeting is John Morrow, Aaron Berg, Kevin Street, and myself. We meet once a week to talk about issues and deconflict and that sort of thing.
Talk about their boards,
Yeah.
bitch about their boards.
Bitch about their boards, perfect.
Then on Wednesday, my monthly meeting with Judy Shepherd. And then at 1:00, we have the North Olympic Peninsula City Manager County Administrator Catch-up meeting. Then on Thursday, CEO breakfast with Cindy Brooks. And then Friday, regular meeting with Apple Martin, and then my bi-weekly check-in with Sean.
Can I just, I actually got a message, a text from a resident over the break, and I'm just remembering it. She said she couldn't hear me very well, and could I move the mic toward me, but these mics don't do anything,
That's
right?
the mic.
Okay, so I think I just need to
get rid
talk
of these
toward this
Project, yeah.
and talk, yeah, she
Get
said
rid
it's
of
just
these.
harder to hear over
Yeah.
here, so I will just try to project.
Okay, so they do amplify some sound in the meeting room.
Okay.
And we don't have a listening device for people with, that are hard of hearing at the moment, so we need whatever we can have.
Okay.
We can get.
Okay.
We're gonna fix this.
We do need to. fix-
Somebody
Yeah,
said
okay,
to
but
me
this
that
is
they
not-
have a listening system at Public Health. And we should just take it and use it.
There's a lot of intricacies. It has to mesh with, has to mesh with the Zoom and our system that we currently have, plus if we go for a different system, it has to make sure that, has to work with that too.
It's on the top of Sean's list right now, though,
Yeah,
and so we're gonna get this sorted out, and also I've been talking to Karen and Sean and IT about the first floor conference room and making that into a really usable hybrid meeting space.
That's great.
So
That was
probably,
I tried to have the behavioral health meeting in there and it was like a joke.
yeah,
George Yount actually mentioned this
Yeah.
at, the retirement
He's
meeting.
the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
When I say that.
Yeah, so hopefully we get her done for accessibility.
that's the system right there, the work, those 2 black boxes there.
They put it a little bit, and last time we tried messing with the volume, and it messed up other things
Made it
in
work.
Zoom. Yeah,
Well,
so
thanks for working on it.
Okay, where were we at in calendaring?
Mark was just finishing.
Oh.
It's on.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
I'll probably be the fastest because I don't have much on my calendar yet, so, the 6th, obviously, today, looks like I'm gonna try to attend the behavioral health court graduation tomorrow morning at 10:30, unless I'm needed in any of the shelter meetings, so, I'm happy to do either. And then, I have on my calendar to attend the Jazeera Community Gathering at 6 p.m., which is the Jefferson County Immigrants' Rights Association. Activists, or maybe activists, yeah, so they're gonna be addressing some immigrant support issues. I've been asked by a couple of residents to attend that, so that's all I got on my calendar right now. Advocates, thank you. Until we calendar everything we just assigned this morning.
Okay. I can go with you guys, of course, today, and then I'll be moving to the TBD. I'm not sure if everyone's going to that.
Yes, that's true.
To be determined.
To be
Right.
determined, yeah. Tomorrow we'll be running the shelter operation check-in and then the shelter coalition meeting. I won't be able to attend the graduation. And then I have point in time training at 2 in the afternoon out of the old alcohol plant. And then on Wednesday, I have the Orca finance meeting in the morning, followed by the board meeting. We don't. Nothing in the afternoon, and then.
And that's, so Wednesday, the 8th is when the next Peninsula Trails Coalition full board meeting is.
Yeah.
At 6 o'clock.
And that's my first school. I'm
Okay.
back in session. So Wednesday evenings are pretty tight up.
Okay,
But I'll reach out to them and try to get that.
well, and I can attend on Wednesday if you
Okay.
want.
If you want. And then on Thursday, we're at the annual meeting of Holy Cap, meeting swim. So that's an in-person meeting in the evening. On Friday, as discussed, I'll be on Take TV with Viola Ware from Holy Cap to talk about the pit count and try to, muster up some more volunteers. And then at 2, I have the monthly update meeting on recompete with the recompete coordinator, Workabow. And that's my week so far.
So the other thing that Peninsula Trails Coalition on Thursday at 10 at Fen River
I can do that.
is another.
Thursday at 10 a.m.
Mhm.
And then I'm just
Check with
realizing,
Marilee on that one.
Okay.
Cause she organizes those. Cause I haven't gotten anything about it, but it's been pretty regular.
Okay.
I have a couple of things that I was capturing on my personal calendar because I hadn't transitioned them over here yet,
Mhm.
so. You reminded me, I have had the pit planning
Right.
meetings on my calendar, so again, we should just talk about. I would like to participate in the pit process, but maybe you attend the planning, the training meetings and just kind of fill me in, or.
We can alternate.
We can
I'd love to
alternate.
attend this one since I'm going on the radio on Friday, but I'd be
Of
happy.
course.
There'll be another one and I'm happy just to take turns.
That's great. Okay, let's just do it that way so that I can kind of stay in touch with that. The other thing that was, I wasn't sure whether it was going to be placed on the fair board, but they had already informed me that Thursday night, the 9th is their next meeting, 6:30 to 8:30. And unfortunately that conflicts a little bit with the Jazeera event. So I probably will just show up for the first bit of the Jazeera event, say hello to some folks and ask how I can support. And then I probably will go on to the fair board meeting.
Okay.
6:30 on the 9th instead.
It feels like that's the open part.
Yeah, I think so too. It's
That's
actually, if I'm now placed.
They just hired a new.
Executive director, he's fantastic. Yeah,
Great,
so I will go ahead and put that on my calendar.
okay. So I'm the last one, and then we'll go to you guys.
Mhm.
You guys ready, other than us finishing up what we're doing?
Yeah, sorry about the confusion on the agenda.
Yes, us too. We,
2:00.
Yeah, I had 2 scheduled.
okay, yeah, we just had it first at 1:30, so. I don't know what happened, but it's fine.
Thank you.
Stay here with you guys, of course, tonight baking muffins for the road crew, tomorrow morning very early, Mark and I are going down to the shop tomorrow morning to visit with the road crew and thank them for all their hard work over the winter season.
Oh, fantastic.
Then I come back and I'm meeting with, our Marine Resources Committee has a subset that's focused on derelict boats. And as most people know, derelict boats has been one of my avocations for a while, since before I joined you all here at the county. And so we are actually spooling up a derelict boat project at the MRC.
Great.
And, yeah, super exciting. And so we're meeting with someone from the Northwest Straits Commission tomorrow to talk about.
I've had a few requests of information, a particular derelict boat that I'll pass along.
Okay, great.
You may already know about it, but
Okay.
I'll just pass along that I've asked about.
Sounds great. Then I do plan to attend the behavioral court graduation at 10:30. And then I'm going to be with Mark on those 2 community wildfire defense grant meetings, the work group, and then the meeting with the land trust about Chimicum Ridge and CWDG. Wednesday's fairly light in terms of meetings. I'm meeting with a SWAC, a really exciting potential SWAC member that Al,
Right.
and Alan.
That's solid waste.
Yeah, Al and I are having lunch with this SWAC candidate. Then I will attend the beginning of the Peninsula Trails Coalition meeting, because then I have the Chimicum Grange meeting too on Wednesday evening, and that's always been a conflict. And the Grange is doing great, by the way. The Grange had a few years of, like, it had a really small board, like 3 people, and they kept, we need some new blood, and now there's like this young, new set of board members that have jumped in, and it's gotten really revitalized.
I
And
wonder if that's true. Does anybody here sit on the Port Townsend Grange? Because I know the last time I was there, I actually had a campaign, I rented it for the campaign event. And they were saying that they were really struggling both for membership and funding. So.
yeah, that's why I kind of leaned in over there, but now it's just fun to be there, and there's lots of stuff going on, so.
Yeah, it's great.
And then on Thursday, I'll be in Olympia all day for my first legislative steering committee meeting.
Straight into the deep end.
So, yeah, and that, it's like the pre-meeting, the session doesn't start until the 20th. So the next legislative steering committee is the 22nd and 23rd of January, and that'll be during legislative session. This is kind of the orientation to the session and talking about what our agenda is, and Wassac does have its legislative agenda published, and I'm happy to share that if you're interested. So that's my week. And I don't have many conflicts except for half of the Peninsula Trails Coalition. So, who's gonna present on the conservation future stuff?
Should I come up there?
So with Mark.
Here?
Yeah.
Make sure you project the
Yeah,
microphone.
the owl is the microphone.
Well, I'll just sort of kick things off and introduce it. So I'm Mike Dawson. I'm the water quality manager at Jefferson County Public Health, and normally Tammy Picorni, my natural resources program coordinator, would be here, but she's on vacation. And this is the time of year where we bring to you the Conservation Futures program resolution for the new year. But this year, in addition to just setting the estimated amount of funds and the program conditions for 2025, we also have a few amendments to program materials. So we thought we would do it as a have a little more time budgeted and have it open. And so with me today, we have Tressa Lindquist, who's the assistant to Tammy on the Conservation Futures program. She's been a great help. Really like having Tressa, and she's really helps organize a lot of things for us, and that's been really great to have her help. And Ron Grimble is the vice chair, correct, of the Citizen Oversight Committee, and he's got some specifics about some of the program changes that you should have in your packet. There's a bunch of attachments, so I think that the meat of it will be going over attachment A, which is the explanation of recommended changes to the CFF program materials. And Ron, are you ready to speak on that?
Great. Ron, you can just stay there because that's, or you can.
I don't think any different.
Okay.
You can project.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and talk about the recommended changes. The Conservation Fund Citizens Oversight Committee is recommending to the board that CFFOC in most of the documents, but I'll just refer to it as a committee from now on. It's too much of a mouthful otherwise. And feel free to interrupt if you have a question as I go through some of this. I'm not going to try to go through things verbatim. I'm going to try to highlight some of the things that were changed and sort of the rationale why we're recommending a change there. And we're going through parts of 3 documents today. One is the manual, which sort of gives overall direction to the committee on how they should operate in regards to each year's applications, the actual application itself, and then the score sheet that goes with that application. And there's 2 types of changes you'll see in your documents. One we're calling administrative changes. That's getting CFFCOC correct in places, maybe changing punctuation numbers, but you know, it's just types of things that would normally happen every year because you got to update everything for that year. Then there are what we call the substantive changes. And that's where I really want to concentrate, at least trying to inform you about what we're trying to do. First, I want to talk about the substantive changes in the manual, which are very few too. And the first one is on section 9, page 9, which asks the applicants to provide us a map of the properties being proposed with the critical areas shown on it. What has happened in the past, we got some people saying there's a critical area there, but it isn't designated where it's at. So everybody on the committee goes and tries to look it up. And it seems like a much simpler way to just ask the applicant to put that in there. And the second change is in section 16, page 12. And that is just eliminating one little piece of a sentence that tried to give examples that then ended up in conflict with the list below in places. So I just don't reference any examples in that second paragraph and then go forward.
On that, Ron, I just wanted to say that the map change makes a heck of a lot of sense.
Yep. Okay.
Because I've been part of both, we're looking at these applications before and like, where is this? And also in putting these applications together when I worked at the land trust, like an eternity ago. But, you know, a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? And a map is also worth 1,000 words.
Right. And it's readily available on the county's website and everything. So it didn't seem like a significant thing to be concerned about.
Yeah.
The next set of things I will address are things associated with the application and the score sheet. And I'm only going to address the primarily out of the application. You can look at, because it automatically made a change in the score sheet when we changed the question of information, and then the score sheet reflects what the committee's looking at to rate the different projects and everything. So those are 2 very interrelated pieces there. The first change was in number 10, in the first part of the application. And we're asking there that the applicant explain why the applicant thinks this is important property to acquire, and what are their 3 objectives for that property once it's acquired. The next one, we go into the scored question. So that's just a piece of the introduction where we're asking the applicant to do something. Then these are the scored questions that automatically transfer over to questions in the scoring sheet. Not quite verbatim, because one's asking a question of an applicant, one's asking for the committee to score thing, but very closely related in there. We're asking the applicant to tell us more about their long-term management for the property. What it's been in the past is, are you willing to manage the property? But we don't hear anything about what are the issues they have that they might have on managing that property. So we can judge, is that something that is really gonna make it better, or is it something that's really accomplishable by an organization? And also, the county code there asks for strategies associated with the management of these properties. And we're gonna ask that question, what are your strategies to deal with those properties, so that they put those down? We are recommending deletion of the information on using the feasibility of acquisition as a rating factor. Because what we have found there is the two aren't related. You can't tell from the information we're getting that in fact they can do it. We've had ones that's got really high ratings for feasibility and ultimately didn't happen. We've had, you know, the opposite happen there. So we just thought it was a fair way to judge things, not trying to second guess whether or not feasibility was there. Because they don't have, the applicants don't know for sure they can buy a property when they submit their application. Trying to deal with that.
One thing on that, Ron, so what would happen then if this was in the application and they got awarded and then they couldn't acquire the property, it would just, the funds would go back and they just.
Funds would go back, and we've had that in 2 instances in the last few years.
Right.
Where funds just came back because they couldn't acquire the property, or because they found other fund sources to use for the property. And so they just returned the Conservation Futures Fund, or actually the Conservation Futures Funds were never taken out of the county's account. But they released their hold on those funds for their particular project.
And that would go back to the next calendar year application.
Correct. That's our understanding, that would just roll over, and the next year you would have a little bit more money that you could allocate to different projects.
Just one follow-up then. So let's say you have 4 projects, 3 of them you recommend for funding, 1 you don't, one of those 3 doesn't get funding. I mean, do you anticipate wanting to make, you know, a provisionary, like if this one is like this scored 9, it's, I can't remember what the total score is, but you're not anticipating that kind of half
Right.
recommendation.
And in at least my tenure on the committee, we've not made that kind of recommendation. Because oftentimes it may have a significantly lower score. And you maybe best roll the money and you got better projects the next year.
Thank you.
One of the scoring criteria we have is asking the applicants, was this property part of some plan out there that is trying to make some sense out of what lands are being aggregated together? And we felt it was important to give the highest value there to lands that are in a project area or a plan area where the public had input to those plans. Second choice would be if the public just could access those plans. Last choice is some regional plan, such as the salmon recovery plan, but it doesn't have specifics of which properties want to be protected. That wouldn't get as high a score because you can't tell as well that really fits into the overall scheme of things. Also in number 8, we're starting to ask what species are really going to benefit instead of saying this will benefit wildlife. Because, you know, it's really important. You know, we probably have enough deer around town. If we don't need to deal with that one. And then also, if they're going to look at buying a piece of a wildlife corridor, that actually there's some basis in the science for that acquisition and that corridor. So we've referenced back to the plan for the Olympic Peninsula that was peer reviewed that lays out where linkages should be and corridors should be for various species. In number 10,
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
Species thing, I don't see species in our item here, but I heard you say deer and wildlife, but is it also plant species, rare plant communities, or if there's a, you know, a plant species?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Wildlife, at least with my history, wildlife included plants, animals, everything in that kind of concept. So when I sort of talk about wildlife, I'm thinking of the standpoint of an ecosystem and how things move that ecosystem, whether it be bees carrying pollen to the next plant population.
Yeah,
Okay. All of those things.
Okay.
Correct.
Great.
Number 10, we recommend deleting the request for information on past conservation efforts. Although it would be nice to know, it is no predictor of whether or not the new effort after the plan's acquired is going to make the property better. We've run into that in a couple of places where they were a project had done some salmon restoration work. Only problem is there are no salmon left because the restoration work wasn't quite done correctly. So, you know, those kind of things could play in and just sort of levels the playing field and uses really the information that's really good for making decisions.
But can I,
Yes.
so if there's a landscape level project
Mhm.
in the community, say, Quimper Wildlife Corridor, for example. Wouldn't an application that was for a parcel that was going to be part of the Quimper Wildlife Corridor, maybe it's an in-holding within the existing protected area in the corridor, wouldn't that be useful information for the?
Absolutely useful, but this question actually is sort of targeting whether or not this landowner had done something on their property that is being acquired that should get higher rating just because they did something, whereas this property over here may be far more important for making that Quimper Wildlife Corridor work than some property that they did a little habitat improvement over here.
Oh, I see.
So that's what we're balancing.
So it's actually the activities on the property that you're looking at, not the.
And when we look at the property, it's a question, what is that property today? You know, what is conservation value, whether it be ag lands, farmlands, timberlands, trying to evaluate based on today, what happened 20 years ago affected today, potentially, but it's what is here today that's being conserved. You're not conserving activities that occurred 30 years ago, 20 years
Tessa,
ago.
did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, another point I heard from the committee about this was the intent is to protect these lands forever. And so sure, a little bit of work has done, or even a lot, but there's so much future time that's really what's more important, what's possible in the future versus necessarily what's been done when you're compared.
Right, okay. Thanks.
The next question, number 11, we had a lot of discussion about how do we start talking about climate resiliency as far as a factor to rate projects. This one's better, this one's not. And there's absolutely no way you can really precisely say that, but you can take into account what the property is going to protect. Is it going to protect wetlands, aquifer recharge zones, prime ag lands that's being used for ag lands? But the second piece there, what is the scale of this project? A 5-acre piece doesn't provide near the climate resiliency as buying a 100-acre piece someplace. And so trying to start thinking about what scale do these things occur at in trying to rate projects. Now we have a couple questions that were related just on the score sheet, so I'll move on to those. Number 6, and both of these are point reduction things. We recommend changing the raw score from 5 to 4 regarding loss opportunities and threats to the property, trying to figure out how we bring things more in alignment so they're more equalized between the different questions. And the committee thought that 5 was too high. It was making that project rate too high for something that wasn't as important as a lot of other things. So that would help align that. And then also number 7, reducing the raw score from 5 to 3. Help bring it in better alignment. But remembering on this one, on this question, there's all of these have multipliers in the score sheets, and this has a multiplier of 10. It is by far the most highest ranking thing that you could rate, or at least gives it the most points. And we thought we should pull that down a little because it isn't really reflective of the necessarily absolute importance of that particular factor. So those are the changes we're recommending at this point. Also want to touch a little.
Number 13,
Sure.
did you touch on that one?
Number 13.
Clarifying the applicant's commitment to implementing strategies.
Maybe I didn't. Let me look at that one here. Sorry, I skipped over that.
I mean, it makes sense, we can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand that. In my mind, I was thinking about that earlier
Okay.
piece we talked about. Yeah, really focusing on the implementation of the strategies again. That they're going to implement, and what is their commitment to actually taking what they said in their application out on the ground, and dealing with the issues that will actually be in place on the ground when they start trying to manage those properties.
I also didn't hear you talk about the water rights one. And that seems like I mean, I've been involved in
You're right, I didn't.
a couple of projects where that was a huge issue, so.
Correct. That's a piece of information we wanted from applicants now is, please inform us of what water rights go with the
I think
property.
that's so important.
Yes, and not only, hopefully, they can tell us what the paper water rights say, but actually the uses on the property that sustain that paper
Right,
water right
totally.
along the way.
Yeah.
What does it actually affect?
And we've noticed that on a number of projects where we don't know anything about the water right, but it absolutely takes water to do what they say they're gonna do on the property. So trying to get that piece of information
Can I
out
ask
there.
one more question about the climate resiliency.
Mhm.
Are you guys thinking more about adaptation or mitigation, or is it part and parcel? I mean, in these projects.
I think it could be part and parcel, maybe independent, climate resiliency. From the standpoint of water source could be buying up aquifer recharge areas. And protecting those and doing other types of beneficial management on it. It may not be that clean out there and may, in unique situations, just not something else happening on this property will make the area more resilient to climate change. I mean, so there's, it's not clean. We'd like a nice clean answer, but that's the issue with climate resiliency is there are no really super clean answers. It says you can go that direction, it'll be helpful, and put those parts together. Thank you. I also wanted to touch on things we're starting to talk about for the 2026 cycle. And two of those things there are really trying to improve the linkage, and by this I don't mean physical linkage. I'm thinking about the mental or paper linkage between the goals and objectives, or goals and criteria in the Jefferson County Code, and what the questions are. And it was pointed out to us at a recent meeting by a member of the public that, it's really hard to tell how these questions fit with these criteria and these goals. So
With the comprehensive plan.
we're going to look at that some and what things might change there. And then one of the things the Jefferson Land Trust has said in some of their documents is we're going to have to look at adaptive management of these properties over time. Maybe we could ask the applicants to tell us a little bit about the adaptive management that they plan to or anticipate might be needed on these properties. So those are some of the big areas that would be things that we have a subcommittee set up to talk about those things and bring them back to the full committee. But you might be seeing things like that this time next year.
Right.
Ron. Also, the scoring might change.
Oh, yeah, well, that inherently means some of the scoring's got to change out there. And we may look at how you might, instead of trying to score individual questions, think about how we score projects. Is this a really outstanding project that in these areas, and let each committee member have a little more flexibility in the way they score a project rather than a precise question asked for the scoring.
Great. Well, that was a great presentation. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. Super thoughtful, contributions to the process, honestly.
Thank you. I, just as a new commissioner, I have a few really basic questions that might be, who knows, maybe members of the public might have these questions too, but.
Well, I was new on the committee at one time and I had lots of questions.
So, what my first question is, what's a typical applicant? Is this usually an individual or a?
No, it really became based upon the code and everything. It is either a government entity or a nonprofit, and the nonprofits are intended to have offices here in the county.
Okay.
So the folks who have gotten grants in the past have included Department of Fish and Wildlife, the county, the Jefferson Land Trust, the Salmon Restoration, the Peter Bales and the Watershed Institute. So those are the kinds of folks who have generally put in applications. We'd love to see a bigger tent out there for more applications, but because they have to at least in some way qualify as a land trust or something similar, there isn't a lot of different opportunities out there other than some of those groups that were formed for very specific reasons
Might
or
need
local
staff to
entities.
do this kind of complex process.
Right. It's often on private land though, that's going under easement with the conservation agency or something, so it doesn't necessarily mean it's land owned by the Northwest Watershed.
Could be privately owned.
Operations are.
It's a really important source of funding. And it's often used to match or leverage other sources of funding from state and federal, and water conservation fund. Or state RCO, Recreation and Conservation Office grants in different categories. So this local conservation futures fund is really important and it actually brings other money to the community that require matches.
That was actually one of my other questions, was that on the program manual in Appendix A, there's a section around acquiring matching contributions, and it's, just highlighted in yellow with a XX percentage. What determines the match amount for each project? Is that the funding?
The applicant has to present us with a project that can't be less than 50% match.
Okay, so it's a minimum that you're
It's a
asking.
minimum, right? We rate maybe a little based on the size of those matches.
Okay.
And the matches that have happened recently are the naval base dollars to reduce density around the bases, the Fish and Wildlife Service coastal watersheds funding, that Peter Bales has gotten a great deal of that money. There is local donations through the land trust is used for that. And salmon dollars, state salmon dollars. There's also dollars come through the state that are actually federal dollars, LWCF dollars, Land and Wildlife Conservation Fund, or Salmon Restoration dollars. So there's a variety of funds, but generally those funds are from people, from organizations, people that have a lot more money than what we have in the conservation fund.
They can match. It also occurred to me that this was a fairly substantive. I mean, you had a lot of detailed changes. Do you do this kind of edit every single year, or has it been a while since you?
It's been around. Most of the time it's been administrative changes type things. This year we had a group, last year we had a group that got together and started looking at changes. There were some ideas that came out of that, but we didn't present it to the committee at that point in time. We presented it to the committee. And this was their recommendation coming out of the committee to
Definitely
do this.
appears to be a very thoughtful and complete process that you're going through right now. So I know that can be hard work. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I really want to say thank you to allowing the county staff to administer this program, because Tammy and Tressa have been exceptional in being able to help us out and putting the applications and scoring together in a very thoughtful way, and a way that we can quickly come up with the combined scores of everybody.
That's all
Right.
great.
I'd like to just say too, we really do benefit from having such an active and engaged committee.
Totally.
It makes all the difference, doesn't it? The citizen
We do a lot of-
participation.
Resident. So we have a resolution to consider on the next funding round of conservation features. Is there anything else you guys want to say before we consider the resolution?
It seems really thought out to me. I'm happy to make a motion approving a resolution in the matter of establishing a conservation features fund program application period, setting an estimated amount of conservation features fund available, and approving program materials for use in the 2025 conservation futures fund cycle as presented today.
I will second that.
All in favor of the motion on the floor? Aye.
Aye. Good work, guys. Thank you.
Passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really important work. Nice to meet you, Tressa.
And Ron, we're almost done with that S&P. Ron was on the task force, I think my second year as commissioner when we started our S&P process.
Yeah, a lot.
Continues today.
We can take our vacation.
Well deserved.
Yeah, she needs a break.
So the next item on our agenda is Stephanie on the.
I reached out to her last week and asked her to join the meeting earlier. Yes, yeah.
And what you planning on?
So, I emailed her just a few minutes ago to ask if she could come sooner to the town.
We could,
And also I was thinking she's gonna be in person only.
we could do the TBD item. And then do legislative. Sure. Are we ready on that one?
We told the public around 2:30.
Okay, well, maybe we need to.
I have one other little question
Okay.
about this,
Mhm.
if that's not necessary for them to be in the room. I was just noticing in the manual, it says that the BOCC would review the priorities of the CFF program at least every other year for the manual. Is that what we were doing here, or is there an actual priority list that we're supposed to review every other year?
I think that's what we were doing.
Okay, great.
I think they do it annually, but maybe every other year, but it
Okay.
seems like every year.
They've mostly been administrative changes so far in my time.
Okay, yeah,
on
so
the
that
BOCC.
constitutes reviewing the priorities, even though they're reviewing the manual and all that. Great. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're without Stephanie and before 2:30, so we want to take a little recess, 10 minutes? Let's take 5 and see if Stephanie shows up a little bit early.
Okay.
We'll recess until 2:25. Call us back. Now, 2:26, calling us back to order. Want to check and make sure that's for Stephanie?
We don't want to be talking to somebody else, Stephanie.
Must be her.
This is still the one that says Northwest Control.
Oh.
Hi, Stephanie.
Good afternoon. Did I come through? Sorry, I could hear, I was emailing.
Yeah, no.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, so. We're here today to kind of finalize our legislative priorities for Jefferson County, and I have also been trying to cross-reference those with the WASAC legislative priorities, and then I also did have some communications with the North Olympic Legislative Alliance. Josh Weiss is our lobbyist for that effort. And can share what their legislative priorities are. Mostly not Jefferson County related, so. I don't know how we want to start today. Do you have anything you want to kick us off with, Stephanie?
I'd just like to say that I think these are really a smart list of priorities. I read through them again, what Mark had summarized, and I think this really, these are all very obtainable during this session and good priorities for Jefferson County. So like you said, I think we've all kind of looked at where the priorities are going to be with this legislature. And I think that these align well and should be pretty successful in Olympia.
To clarify though, that this is not my word, this is Kate Dean's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we will give the team, Kate, Dean, and Mark, the credit for pulling these together and summarizing what we had talked through on the 23rd before the holidays. So
Last act, yep. So for the benefit of the public who's joined us and for our new seatmate Heather, should we just go through these briefly?
Yeah, maybe starting with the emerging one,
Yes.
the roads,
Oh, the whole roads, yeah.
Upper Ho and
Oh, and the
South Shore.
South
For some
Shore.
reason, I can't get it back into it. It's not going, it just sends me to this laserbeak web link error. So
Easy capture.
And Mark's got them displayed up there as well.
perfect.
So Stephanie, we've communicated with you that we have an emergent need to focus on probably mostly at the federal level.
Yeah.
With, the Upper Ho Road and, South Shore of Lake Quinault Road eroding into their respective rivers.
yes, and actually I had a connection over the weekend. Good news is Emily Randall's team is already being pulled together. And one of the staffers that was at Susan Delbene's office, Shanta, is going to be Emily's, our Congressmember Randall's deputy or director of everything. So at least it's going to be and she's very strong in this area. So I think seeing that new office come online and knowing that there's going to be strong support there is also beneficial.
And Kate did do an introduction with myself and Senator Murray's staff on this issue.
Excellent.
So, I don't know in terms of what's the term for when you're carrying the football? You know, I mean, I don't know. Quarterbacking, right? I can reach out to Daniel at Senator Murray's office. I don't know if you want to reach out to Shanta. I represent.
We both do that, but copy each other, so that way we don't end up with too many email strings and they know that we're working coordinated.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. Great. So, we heard this morning from our Public Works Director that the kind of low-hanging fruit there is, we need a federal highway emergency declaration.
Okay.
To even request funding for our Public Works Department to even go forward and request the funding we need, which is about $500,000, we think, for these repairs. Well, that was just.
I think that's just the whole.
So probably closer to $1 million for these repairs. And on the, the compelling reason, especially with the Upper Ho Road, is that the primary purpose of that road is to get people into the Ho rainforest. And approximately 300,000 visitors use that road a year. So it's a critical economic development piece, principally for Clallam County.
So does National Parks have their own lobbyists that you're connected with, Stephanie, by any chance? Because it seems like a good, a pretty important 1-2 punch there to connect with the parks lobbyist.
I do not know that answer, but I will find out as soon as we get off. As soon as you guys move into your next section, that's exactly where I'm going to move into. So I will call the federal offices and start tracing that back. But I wanted to connect with you guys today to get the current and latest and greatest. So, and then also probably with your Public Works Department, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's great.
Because I don't want to always bother you if I have smaller questions.
Yeah, so Monty really noted that it was a pretty strong combination of parks, federal highways, US Army Corps of Engineers, Washington Fish and Wildlife, DOE, Tribe, National Marine Fisheries. There's so many agencies involved that could partner, and I'll bet you every one of them has a lobbyist that could partner with.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of them, but we need to make sure that we're all in coordination, I guess is what I want to make sure. Just so that we're not asking for different things and that we're not messaging different things.
So Stephanie, after we're done today, I'll do an introduction of you and Monty, so you're connected.
Thank you. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. So let's turn our attention to the list of priorities that we have in front of us. Mark's got them displayed on the screen. And we've already briefly talked about these, capital asks, which I should have literally just grabbed Steve there, and Dre was walking by the way. But, it's the Highway 1920 and Mill Road intersection. The design funding for the Mid-County Aquatic Center. Those are the two capital asks, and then we have three specific policy priorities. Landward flexibility, which I would just mention is also a WASAC priority. We're not calling it landward flexibility, but there's calling it expanding a county authority to increase development options in appropriate areas, and I read that as landward flexibility.
By the time we get done at the WASAC table, that's what they're going to be calling it too.
Yeah. Yeah. And then amending an RCW to allow additional counties to impose an excise tax for housing. Supporting a local option sales tax on short-term rentals, and these all feel like nothing's changed that I can think of.
The one thing that I maybe we'd want to talk about with our new member, Stephanie, we have, Heather Dudley and all that. I'm not sure if you guys have met.
We
but-
did get to meet.
Okay.
Okay.
But congratulations and welcome officially. So.
Very much. Nice to see you, Stephanie.
I guess, Heather, I was wondering, at the Housing Fund Board last week, you talked about mobile home parks and maybe more interest than we expressed the other day. I thought we should maybe rekindle that conversation a little bit about legislation for protecting mobile home parks and affordability.
Yeah, I
don't know
think-
if you have any insight there.
I just think it's really an issue to keep an eye on. Because it's happening at the state level, and my understanding is that the legislation that's in place right now, or the program that's in place right now is been deemed to be fairly inaccessible. It's the dollars that have been made available for purchase of mobile home parks are not being used. Because for resident-owned communities, and that's what the program is for. It requires every individual in the resident-owned community to be eligible, and or a significant portion of the members to be eligible, and oftentimes people aren't. So there's
By eligibility, that an AMI threshold?
it's a financial, like, do you qualify for a loan?
No, oh, okay.
So, it is related to AMI, but
Inverted,
it's other,
yeah.
right, exactly, right. So, I think it's something to keep an eye on. If we can support a change that would make those dollars more accessible to be used for purchase of mobile home parks, that would be a supportive thing for. Do you know if anyone's proposing that change? Or I don't, actually, Steve, this is something to ask Steve about, because I think he is at least aware of the issue. And so I think just to kind of get a briefing from him of what who might be working on this, and see if there's ways for us to support it, would be probably a good, just to be informed.
I know that the Low Income Housing Alliance had flagged that for, I believe, their agenda. I know I've got one of those documents in my email. I'll try to find that, but I know it's something that has been flagged by a couple of the groups looking at the mobile home parks, looking for money for to keep people in them or to acquire. So yeah, I can meet with Steve's office. Actually, I think I've got a meeting next week already set. But I think it's also something that we can kind of follow through the housing groups. Also, if that's something that we want to flag.
If that would be helpful, I can contact Sharon Lee at Lehigh and just ask her what she'll be eminently up to speed on it, I'm sure. Great. And a couple of other items that we flagged to keep our eyes on was supporting funding for O&M and access to vouchers for affordable and permanent supportive housing. And then the producer responsibility in solid waste and recycling. So I mean, I'll be listening when I go on Thursday at WASAC, and I'll try and get a sense for some of these that I know that WASAC is at least turning an ear towards it, even if they're not in their explicit legislative priorities, which, like, I don't see producer responsibility in here, but You know, it's gonna be a little bit of an uphill learning curve for me jumping into the deep end of that group, but I have been working on policy issues with Paul Jewell for the last couple of years on forest stuff, and so I think I'll get off to a running start.
That's great. I had one little detailed question just because I didn't quite understand. Mark, would you go to the, it's the last one, amending RCW 82.46, that one there. At the very end there, what's blank 5 mean? The fourth paragraph, the very last paragraph, we propose writing and supporting a law which removes the blank 5.
That's in the next sentence is blank 5. That's what prevents anyone but from San Juan County from putting this to a vote of people to add an excise tax for this.
The quoted,
That quote is blank.
is called a plank,
Yeah.
as in like a bullet point or a.
Yeah, or a title, chapter, plank.
I've never heard it called a plank.
Item.
Yeah, because there's 5
Item.
right there.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So, see here, it says this is because the RCW includes subheading 5,
Right.
so,
So they're calling that plank 5.
but it might be good to, for internal consistency, to call it subheading 5.
Sure, either way, I just need to understand it myself. Thank you.
Yeah.
Plank equals subheading.
Anything else we want to talk about on this, I'll come back with a report next week.
It seems really thorough and broad.
I'm sure, and things, you know, you get out of the gate and things start changing fast down there, so it'll be fast and furious.
Yeah, well, thanks for taking up the charge.
And it looks like Stephanie's not with us.
Oh,
Her camera went off a moment ago. Oh, and she's got her hand raised. I might be having internet.
It's off and on there.
Just wants to rejoin.
Also, the sun letterhead, is this going somewhere?
no, I just thought if we're gonna have priorities,
Want to make it look official.
if we want to share our priorities, which I would want to do, I think at WASAC, with Paul Jewell at least.
You want to say memo it then, or?
Yeah,
And then take out the draft.
Yeah.
It's done.
Okay.
Were you able to hear us that whole time, Stephanie?
Just, I missed a few minutes, or not minutes, a few seconds. I logged back in. So, but I couldn't get myself back into the panel. So that's, so I apologize about the hand raising. I wanted you to know I was here. So.
Great.
But no, I think bringing Paul Jewell and bringing the counties in so they're aware would be perfect.
great. Is there anything else that you want to share with us, Stephanie?
Just the fund starts on the 13th, so I'll be down for most weeks, every week. So I look forward to working with you. But if you guys are in session, I wasn't sure whose voice, if that was you, Commissioner Eisenhower, that mentioned we've got a plan for session which takes us right up until the 13th, and then everything will start changing very rapidly. So we've got our priorities, but the other part of this is playing defense. So, so I will be hitting you up, asking for input as we go. If I find things that might impact your county that might not have anything to do with the things on our list, but issues that might impact your county. So just remembering there's always the defensive play, offensive and defensive. So it is a long session, so we will be busy and sometimes there will be needs to respond to things rather rapidly. So I guess one tip is beneficial. I know you guys have my phone numbers. I don't know if I have all of your cell phone numbers. So that might be something, or at least make sure you guys know how to contact and reach me. That's the most important thing, because I can always reach out to Mark and you guys, but I want to make sure that we're easily reachable during session, just because you might have an issue pop up on something that you want feedback on, and I want to make sure that we're easily connected. So I guarantee you, whatever we're going to be wrapping up in April, there's going to be something that we go, wow, we never saw that coming.
So you will be down in Olympia, so I will be down there every other week for the Wednesday, Thursday WASAC thing. Starting this Thursday, they're doing their pre-session gathering. So let's try and find the time to touch base every week. I think would be good, and it's just short, I mean.
Absolutely. I was going to suggest the same thing, and I wasn't sure. Will you be down for the roundtables the night before also?
Yes.
Okay, so we can do that Wednesday night or Thursday morning, depending on your preference. I'm a early morning person, but I was going to suggest the same thing. I won't be down this week because I've got meetings more in county and in Seattle, but I will be down the following once LSC proper picks up the second week. So
Okay,
and
I'll
then
reach out.
perfect. I look forward to that, and let me know which one works better for you. I'm more than happy to do evenings or mornings.
Okay,
And
great.
I will be the hovering person on the chairs on the side of the table as much as possible during those Thursday meetings.
Okay, great.
Do you wish to take final action on this today?
Yeah, is there, well, we just talked about,
Margaret incorporated the edits by wondering if it was ready for approval.
did we add, well, this is state legislative and the Ho Road is more federal.
I think we just, yeah, we have to add the ask amounts.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
we need to fill in the blanks.
Right. Do we have
Not
any
that we couldn't come
sense,
back and do that, but
do we have any sense of the blanks, the numbers in the blanks?
Oh, I think we do. I think Steve King put together a nice flyer, and there may be dollar amounts in there.
Okay, and do we have a number for the aquatic center? Did we?
I think there was a specific fund that we were looking at that Steve had mentioned. Diane, let me just see if I can.
And if you can find the Steve King number and get that in there, that'd be great. And we are having a legislative coordination meeting on the Mill Road issue on the 14th.
Okay.
But I think I emailed that out. I emailed Zoom link out to everybody last week. So that'll be the city and us and Stephanie and the port.
Yeah, so the product that John Morrow shared, funds needed, they have $1 million from WashDOT. They need 1.7 million for preliminary design, environmental review and right away.
1.79 more. So 2.79 total.
Yeah, but they say that the current funds, which tells me they've already got $1 million committed at WashDOT for construction, but there's no design and so did you see that? Commissioner?
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Well, 1.79 million, that's kind of that sweet spot for these kind of asks. So that would be a good ask for design.
That's design, environmental process and right of way acquisition, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can fill that number in and then,
I'll try, I can't find it, but I'll try to find it.
okay,
It was either 2 or 400K, I believe, that is in that fund, but you don't remember, did he,
Can
Stephanie?
we fill in the numbers and put this on consent for next week?
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
sounds
Even
good. Okay, so that's our plan. We will. fill in the
Okay, I'm going to run with this as a draft when I meet with people, if that works for now, and just I will preface it that this is in draft, almost final draft form, and that we will be finalizing it within the next week. Just so you guys know, in case I meet with anybody and you hear it's being shared, if that's okay.
As another item to watch there.
I do,
Okay,
yeah. Yeah, and I can try to get some information about it this week to pass along to you, Stephanie, just so you're prepared.
we just need since for this document though, but Mark, can you put that together?
Yeah, it was on our spreadsheet, it just wasn't highlighted, so I'll.
Okay, great,
I'll add a section.
perfect. Thanks, everyone. Anything else?
Not
Thanks,
from
it sounds-
me, just ready to go. How about you guys?
Here we go.
Great.
I just appreciate what a willing team you guys are and your willingness to jump in and testify and those kind of things. So I look forward to this session. It should be a lot of fun trying to move these things forward. So
Yeah.
Thank you, Stephanie.
just learned a lot about me because I actually like the challenge of figuring out how to get these things through. So So anyway, I look forward to working with this session with you guys.
Yeah, us too.
That's great.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you, guys.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Okay. So the next item on our agenda for today is actually the last item on our agenda, and that's the discussion and potential action regarding the interlocal agreement with the Transportation Benefit District. And Mark, you're gonna do a presentation on this one?
I hadn't planned on it.
Okay.
We just simply have a document, and it's on the TBD agenda later today.
So are you gonna brief us on this, or I mean?
Well, Ariel is on the call, and she drafted the document.
Okay, great.
But I'll bring her over.
What was that?
She's hoping you're gonna speak to it, but I'm bringing.
Oh, I can speak to it.
Yeah, raise your hand, I'll bring her over.
So, and when the TBD was established, there was a discussion about providing administrative support to the TBD in that it doesn't have revenue currently. And the purpose of the TBD is to provide funding for roads. The interlocal agreement, which has a ratification clause in it. So that any activity on the part of the county up until the point where the ILA is approved, that those costs are ratified. It doesn't mean that the county has to bill the TBD for the support that Carolyn and I and Ariel have provided. But it provides a mechanism for that support. And so it's a two-party agreement, the county and the TBD. Later on, when we have the TBD meeting, we'll talk about the county assuming the TBD, which would obviate the need for an ILA. But in order to conduct business now, before the assumption, we need this ILA in place.
Okay, and so earlier today, it was desired that we have a public comment as a part of this BOCC agenda item, so we will do that.
Sure.
But let's do that after we have any discussion on this ILA, and there's a motion on the floor, and then we'll have public comment, and then we'll vote. Okay, does that sound right? Trying to remember from my olden days. I'm seeing I'm getting emails about this item.
Oh, and Philip just reminded me that the resolution that accompanies the ILA delegates authority for me as the county administrator to execute it.
Right. Okay. So, are there questions from the team?
I mean, just kind of metaphysical ones. It seems like, we're granting something with one hand to the other hand, but no, I get it. It's an exercise in connecting two organizations that are, no real questions.
So I have some questions about the capacity, and I don't know what it's imagined that the BOCC staff will do as part of this TBD set of duties, but I know that our team is stretched fairly thin, and so I just wanted a little more explanation of what our team's gonna have to do.
Okay, I believe this is a low demand item. I know the TBD as a separate entity has to provide an annual report regarding the funding that was provided and the work that was done. The approach we're taking on the TBD is we're not funding a capital project, we're funding routine maintenance and preservation of our road infrastructure, which would be chip sealing, striping, and that sort of thing. So the bar for annual report is very low.
But it seems like, because of the items you just mentioned, the annual report content would largely come from Public Works, not from BOCC staff.
Right.
And that's already happening, correct? I mean,
Yeah,
when we,
Monty
yeah,
and she could,
right.
I mean, the report's gonna be, we had 400 grand for chip sealing, we spent 400 grand. A grand on chip sealing, and here are the road sections that were chip sealed.
Right.
So where our staff, like clerk of the board has mentioned, that's just clerking the TBD meetings.
Correct.
Okay,
And I don't anticipate more than maybe 2 TBD meetings a year. One to say, here's the budget for the TV, and it's gonna be part of the normal county budgeting process anyway, and we're gonna have a separate.
it'll be like PIF. Mhm.
Exactly.
Similar to PIF, just one or maybe 2 meetings a year.
Even simpler.
Yeah, okay. PIF being the Public Infrastructure Fund. Okay,
And that, I mean, that was the nature of my question as well, knowing that we've heard from some residents who are concerned about that exact question and the idea, the concept that I've heard in some, you know, in particularly one email from Mr. Grant was the idea that we would be funding something, or that we would be sort of setting something up and just hoping that the funding is there or the support is there. And in this case, it sounds like we're actually almost sharing the load of administering the dollars for road maintenance work that we're already doing. Granted, we're adding the idea of the managing these funds in a slightly different way.
Yeah, it's very simple. On the 13th, should the TBD approve the funding sources, the 0.1% sales tax and the $20 car tab, when those revenue streams begin flowing, those revenues will go into a TBD fund, and then
Managed by our treasurer. Thank you, Stacy.
and between the auditor, the treasurer, and Judy Shepherd, our finance director, they'll take care of the funds, and then we'll have a budget item transfer from TBD fund to roads, Fund 180, in the amount that was agreed to at the beginning of the year or during the budget process.
I know it's a little frustrating to go over this detail, but I think it's important because this is new. And we have a new commissioner and we have the public with a lot of interest and care about this. So we've been getting a lot of questions about this. So.
Yeah, but super simple process.
Right. Okay. Anything else? Any other questions? Is that for me? And any interest? We have a resolution before us.
I'm happy to make a motion to approve a resolution in the matter of authorizing the Jefferson County Administrator to execute an interlocal agreement with the governing body of the newly formed Jefferson County Transportation Benefit District as presented today.
Thank you. And before we take a vote, we'll take public comments.
First a second, maybe?
Huh? Oh, yes, a second. I'll second. Okay. So it's been moved and seconded, but we would like to open up this discussion item for public comments. Is there anybody with us today who would like to make a comment on this issue? Anybody in the room?
Will there be comment when you begin the board, the transportation benefit?
Yes.
I will hold
Okay.
my comments for that.
Okay. Potential comment in the room is being held until our TBD meeting. So I see I see Tom Tierce's hand up. If anyone else is with us who would like to comment on this interlocal agreement regarding the Transportation Benefit District, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, and first we'll hear from Mr. Tierce. Tom, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I just want to say at this time that to reiterate my support for this TBD. We absolutely need to have a funding source for our roads. Got to keep our roads in good shape. Just managed to avoid some potholes in the city today. Found that one of our cars actually has a misaligned front end as a result. So got to keep the county roads in good shape. So obviously this is needed. I mean, the timing could not be better in terms of things like the whole road repairs. County's going to need some big bucks to fix our roads, and those expenses, which happen every few years, they've got to be covered, and grants aren't necessarily going to cover it. So got to have that source of revenue. Regarding the perceived additional load on county staff, the fact that the assumption capability is available, whereby the TBD is basically folded back into county government, and the TBD becomes basically just another committee of the county, although it's one that has taxing authority and several other serious powers. That should offload almost all the work of what would otherwise be an independent agency. So I think as the county administrator said, the additional workload should not be all that great, and virtually all the reporting and everything else is going to come from Public Works. So I think that's also a good thing, to take advantage of that RCW that allows the assumption the TBD. So we'll talk about that when your next meeting starts. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tiersch. Anybody else with us online who would like to make a comment on the TV Transportation Benefit District interlocal agreement being considered right now?
What's the resolution?
Resolution. I see Jean Ball has her hand up. Jean, you will have 3 minutes for public comment once you get unmuted.
I would like to concur again with Mr. Tiersch's wisdom, and I couldn't agree more that this is a benefit to the county, and I am more than happy to pay for nice roads. Thank you.
You. Anybody else with us online who would like to comment on this interlocal agreement regarding the transportation benefit district? Not seeing any other hands go up, so I will close public comments on this matter and call the question for the motion on the floor. All those in favor of entering into an interlocal agreement with the governing body of the newly formed transportation benefit district, indicate by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? No. Anybody abstaining? No. Passes unanimously.
Good work.
Okay, so that was the last. Did we have any unfinished business from before? Help me remember.
And I would like time to consider for next meeting.
Okay, yeah, we have half an hour. Okay, if there's nothing else, I will adjourn this January 6th meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners and see you back here at 3:30 for a meeting of the Transportation Benefit District.
All right.
See you then.
We've all brought a separate change of clothes, I assume, so you're gonna look like one.